Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had leveling system under Gunhead's mentorship, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is My System Academy by Paco6666. This is a translated story, so bear with the grammatical errors. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. The sky was tinged with dull gray as Izuku Midoriya walked home, his backpack hanging loosely from his shoulders. It was another day he felt just like the others, another day he was reminded how small and insignificant he was in a world full of heroes. Bakugo's words still echoed in his head, like an echo he couldn't turn off. "You're useless, Deku. No matter how hard you try, you'll never amount to anything without a quirk." The laughter of his classmates haunted him even hours after school. During science class, Bakugo had burst into laughter in front of everyone when Izuku raised his hand to answer a question. It didn't matter if he was right. All they saw was a boy without a quirk. A quirk, the ability most people in the world had developed by the time they turned 4. Something Izuku never had. Since he was a child, Izuku had admired heroes, especially All Might. His room was filled with figurines, posters, and newspaper clippings featuring the symbol of peace. But no matter how much he dreamed of being like him, reality was cruel. Not having a quirk meant his dreams were out of reach, a fact society constantly reminded him of. Memories of humiliation as he crossed a small park on his way home. Memories of his childhood flooded back. He had been a child full of hope, always chasing after others, dreaming aloud of becoming a hero. But the day the doctor confirmed to his mother that he didn't have a gift, something changed in his life forever. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya," the doctor had said in a neutral tone. "Your son shows no signs of developing a quirk. It's very rare, but not impossible." Izuku remembered his mother's tears, the way she hugged him and said, "I'm so sorry, Izuku." They weren't words of comfort, they were words of resignation. From that moment on, every time he tried to be positive, he was met with condescending stares from adults or scorn from other children. In elementary school, Bakugo had been the first to notice that Izuku didn't have a quirk. What was once a childlike camaraderie quickly turned into constant abuse. Bakugo called him Deku, a nickname that meant useless, and made sure everyone else knew it. As they grew older, the teasing escalated from mere words to something more physical. There was a day he could never forget. He was in the schoolyard, sitting on a bench while drawing pictures of heroes in his notebook. Bakugo and his friends surrounded him. "What are you doing, Deku?" Bakugo asked, a mocking smile on his face. Nothing, just. I write about heroes." Izuku stammered, trying not to look into his abuser's eyes. Bakugo snatched the notebook from her and began flipping through it. The pages were filled with notes, strategies, and analysis of pro-heroes, all written with dedication and care. "Do you really think this will do any good?" Bakugo mocked, showing the notebook to the others. His friends laughed, and before Izuku could retrieve it, Bakugo threw it into the nearby pond. Izuku ran into the water, trying to save his notebook, but the pages were already ruined. As he pulled it out of the water, Bakugo leaned toward him and said quietly, "Listen, Deku. People like you have no place in this world. If you really want to be useful, you'd better forget about that ridiculous dream." Those words had been like a blow to the chest, one from which he never fully recovered. The desperation of routine now, in middle school, things hadn't improved. Bakugo was still a relentless monster, and most of Izuku's classmates simply ignored what was happening. Some even seemed to enjoy his suffering, as if it were just a spectacle. That day, during gym class, Bakugo had, accidentally, pushed him while Izuku was trying to throw a ball. The blow was hard enough to knock him to the ground. The other students laughed, and the teacher, as always, said nothing. Izuku stood up silently, his hands shaking, and continued the class as if nothing had happened. Now, as he walked through the deserted streets toward home, he felt his world slowly crumbling away. What was the point of trying? No matter how much he studied heroes, how much he wrote in his notebook, he could never be like them. He could never be a hero. When he got home, he slumped into his desk chair. He looked at his notebook, which was filled with notes on hero tactics and abilities. For years, he had spent every free moment studying heroes, convinced that somehow his knowledge could compensate for his lack of a gift. But now, it all seemed pointless. He put the notebook aside and rested his head in his hands. For the first time in a long time, he let the tears flow freely. There was no one there to see him, no one to judge him. It was just him and his failure. "Why?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "Why can't I have something, anything?" In a fit of rage, he started throwing away all his collectible figures, tore down posters, and threw away furniture. That's when something strange happened. A bright blue light appeared in front of him, floating in the air as if it had come out of nowhere. Izuku stepped back, scared, rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't imagining things. But the light didn't disappear. It transformed into a purple translucent screen, like the ones he'd seen in video games. "Welcome, user. The system has been activated." Izuku blinked, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. A mixture of confusion, fear, and curiosity washed over him. What was this? A dream? A hallucination? The system is designed to help you reach your full potential. Complete quests, gain experience, and distribute points to improve your stats. Before I could process what was happening, a new message appeared on the screen. Starting quest available. Prove your will. Reward, +10 XP. Izuku didn't know what to do. His mind raced in every direction, trying to find a logical explanation. But a small spark of hope began to ignite inside him. Was this real? Could this be the answer to his prayers? Distribute your points. Strength, 0 speed, 0 resistance, 0. Intelligence, 0 charisma, 0. Izuku stared at the screen, unsure, but something inside him told him he should try. Is this an opportunity for change? He murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. And for the first time in a long time, he felt like he had something to fight for. The purple glow of the screen was the only thing illuminating Izuku's dark room. His hands shook slightly as he stared at the floating words in front of him. It was something straight out of a video game, but he didn't have a controller, a keyboard, or a gamepad. This didn't feel like a joke, but it couldn't be real either, right? Distribute your points. Strength, 0 speed, 0 resistance, 0. Intelligence, 0 charisma, 0. Izuku frowned, analyzing the information. He'd spent his life studying heroes and strategies, but this was something completely beyond his understanding. How was it supposed to work? What did distributing points mean? What's this? He asked in a low voice, more to himself than to anyone else. The screen reacted as if it had heard him. The system is designed to enhance your capabilities. Gain experience by completing missions and distribute points to your stats to improve your performance. Izuku fell silent, processing the words. His mind felt like a tornado of emotions. Confusion, doubt, but also a small spark of hope. After everything he'd been through, could this be something that would help him? A chance to prove himself? His eyes fell back on the stats. Everything was at 0, as if it reflected exactly how he felt. Empty. No skills, no value. Strength, speed, stamina, intelligence, and charisma. Izuku thought about each of those words. He wasn't particularly strong or fast. His stamina was mediocre, and while he'd always been intelligent, he'd never stood out physically. As for charisma, well, he'd never had the courage to speak in public or to anyone else. So, if this is real, he murmured as he studied the options, can I change that? Before I could make a decision, another message appeared. Starting mission. Demonstrate your will. Description. Get out of your comfort zone. Do something that terrifies you. Reward. 10 Express. Izuku swallowed. Show your will. The words were simple, but their meaning was profound. For years, he had endured humiliation and abuse, but was that will? No, he had simply learned to endure it. But the system seemed to demand something more. Something that terrifies me, he repeated, trying to understand what it really meant. His thoughts immediately turned to his notebook. He'd spent so much time hiding it, shielding it from the prying eyes of others, afraid it would be destroyed again. Showing it, even sharing it, had always seemed like an impossible task. But if he wanted to change, he had to start somewhere, didn't he? With his heart beating rapidly, he picked up the notebook on the desk. His fingers trembled as he opened it. Each page was filled with ideas, analyses, sketches, and observations about heroes. It was his most precious treasure, proof that, despite everything, he had never stopped dreaming. This is all I have, he whispered. Izuku decided to leave his room. The simple act of crossing the threshold already filled him with anxiety. He walked to the living room where his mother, Inko, was watching television. She looked at him with a surprised expression. Izuku? Is everything okay, honey? Izuku hesitated. Showing his notebook to his mother wasn't exactly what terrified him, but talking about his dreams had always been difficult. After all, she had cried so much the day they discovered he was different. He was afraid that sharing his thoughts would make his mother feel guilty again about something completely out of her control. Mom, I want, she began to say, but her voice trailed off. Inko watched him with concern, noticing the tension in his shoulders. Izuku? She asked softly, are you sure everything's okay? Izuku took a deep breath, clutching the notebook to his chest. This was his first step, his way of showing that he wasn't going to keep hiding. Mom, I want to show you something, he finally said, with a tremble in his voice. He sat down next to her and opened his notebook, showing her the pages filled with notes. Every word, every drawing, was a piece of his passion. This is everything I've studied about heroes, strategies, skills, analysis. I've always thought that, even without a gift, I could find a way to be useful. Inko looked at the notebook carefully, turning the pages. The expression on her face was a mixture of surprise and pride. Izuku, this is incredible, she finally said, tears welling up in her eyes. I knew you liked heroes, but I never imagined how hard you'd worked on this. Izuku felt a lump in his throat. It was the first time someone had recognized his efforts, the first time he felt like his passion wasn't something useless. At that moment, the blue screen appeared in front of him again, invisible to his mother. Mission completed. Show your will. Reward, 10 Express. Level 1 reached. 5 stat points available. Izuku's eyes widened. He'd leveled up. There was something tangible, something real that showed he was making progress. Distribute your points. He looked at the statistics, now with a little more clarity. If he was going to change, he needed to be strategic. He thought about his weaknesses, what he needed to improve first. Strength. I'm not very strong physically, but I don't want to be a dead weight either, he murmured, almost without realizing it. Finally, he distributed the points as follows. Strength. +1. Speed. +1. Resistance. +1. Intelligence. +2. When he confirmed his decision, he felt a strange warmth run through his body, as if something inside him had changed. That night, as he prepared for bed, Izuku couldn't stop thinking about the system. Where had it come from? Why had it chosen him? He had no answers, but for the first time in a long time, he had something he could call an opportunity. He lay back in bed, staring at the ceiling. Bakugo's words were still on his mind, but this time they didn't crush him. Maybe I really can change, he murmured before closing his eyes. The purple screen appeared one last time before he went to sleep. New mission unlocked. Mission. Surpass your physical limits. Perform 50 push-ups. Reward. +15 XP. And so, Izuku Midoriya began his journey into the unknown, unaware that each decision would bring him closer to a destiny that would change his life forever. The night fell quietly over Musudafu, but in Izuku's room, the tranquility was merely a mirage. Sitting on the floor, his hands braced in front of him, he stared at the floating purple screen with a mixture of determination and fear. Mission. Surpass your physical limits. Perform 50 push-ups. Reward. +15 XP. 50 push-ups, he muttered to himself, his voice shaking. Just thinking about it made his arms feel heavy. He could barely do a few push-ups before exhaustion, and now the system was asking him to do something that seemed impossible. He settled back on the floor, breathing deeply. His mind kept telling him, if I want to change, I have to start here. No matter how difficult it is. Izuku took his position, planting his hands and feet firmly on the ground. The system offered no instructions, but he didn't need them. This was something he had to do on his own. 1, he said in a low voice as he lowered his chest to the ground. The first push-up was easy, but after the 10th, his arms started to shake. Izuku was panting, each representative demanding more from him than he expected. 11, 12, her breathing became erratic. Her body screamed at her to stop, but deep down she knew she couldn't give up. Not this time. When he reached the 20th repetition, he collapsed to the floor, his arms completely exhausted. Sweat dripped down his face, and his heart was racing. "I can't do it," he muttered, closing his eyes in frustration. The purple screen appeared in front of him again, this time with a different message. Progress. 20/50ths. Don't give up. Izuku looked up, surprised. The system was tracking his progress. Though he couldn't explain it, those words gave him a small boost of motivation. Not giving up, he repeated, gritting his teeth. He sat for a few minutes, letting his body recover before trying again. This time, he focused on doing short sets of 5. Each time he finished a set, he took a short break, fighting off exhaustion. 25, 30. Time seemed to drag on. His arms burned, and each repetition was a reminder of how physically weak he was. But something inside him kept pushing him on. Finally, after what seemed like hours, he reached the last repetition. 50. I did it, he gasped, letting his body fall to the ground. The system responded immediately. Mission completed. Exceed your physical limit. Reward. +15 XP. Level 2 reached. 5 stat points available. Izuku smiled weakly as he looked at the screen. He'd leveled up again. Despite his tiredness, he felt a surge of pride. This was real. He'd accomplished something he'd never thought possible. Izuku slowly sat up, leaning against the wall as he watched the floating stats in front of him. He still felt the heat from exertion in his body, but now he had another opportunity to improve. Distribute your points. He thought carefully about how to use them. His lack of strength had been a problem, but he also knew he needed stamina to withstand these kinds of challenges in the future. Strength. +2. Resistance. +2. Speed. +1. When he confirmed his decision, he felt that warmth running through his body again. His muscles, though still sore, seemed firmer, stronger. It was as if the system was actually rewiring him from within. This is incredible, he whispered, raising a hand in front of him. It was a subtle change, but he could feel it. The next day, the next morning, Izuku woke up early, something unusual for him. Despite his body's complaints, he felt an unusual energy. It was as if the system had given him a tangible purpose, something that drove him forward. At school, she tried to keep a low profile as usual, but she couldn't help but feel different. As she walked through the halls, the screen appeared again. New mission unlocked. Quest. Confront your fears. Talk to someone who intimidates you. Reward. +20 XP. Izuku stopped in his tracks, his heart racing. Talking to someone who intimidated him, he immediately thought of Bakugo. But the idea of approaching him was terrifying. He couldn't face Kachan yet. He had to find an alternative. His eyes drifted to the corner of the hallway, where a group of popular students were gathered, laughing and chatting. Among them was Shoko, a classmate known for her teasing personality. Although she had never been cruel to Izuku, she had always belittled him. Maybe I could try it with her, he thought, clenching his fists. Gathering all his courage, Izuku walked toward the group. His heart was beating so fast he thought he might faint. When he got close enough, he raised his voice. "Ah, word." She turned her head, surprised to see him. "Midoriya, what do you want?" Izuku swallowed, feeling the words catch in his throat. Talking to her was harder than he'd imagined. "I wanted to tell you that I admire how you always defend your ideas," he said quickly, his face reddening. Shoko looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "Really? Well, thanks, I guess." She smiled slightly before returning to her conversation with the others. "I feel sorry for him, he's 16 and can't speak to a classmate degree. Izuku quickly walked away, his heart feeling like it was going to explode, his face flushed. Though the interaction was brief, he'd made the first move. The system appeared in front of him again. Mission completed. Confront your fears. Reward. +20 XP. For the first time, Izuku felt something changing inside him. It wasn't just the system. It was his willingness to try, to take risks. And that was just the beginning. After school, Izuku decided to take a detour on his way home. He walked through less crowded streets, looking for some peace and quiet to process everything he had experienced in the past few days. However, as he passed through a narrow alley that connected two avenues, a sudden scream broke the silence. "Leave him alone." A trembling voice, filled with fear, echoed in the air. New mission unlocked. Mission: defend the defenseless. Reward: +30 XP. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. In these situations, he usually prefers not to get involved. For a moment, he hesitated, but with a nudge from the system, he found the courage to act. Without a second thought, he ran toward the source of the sound. When he reached the alley, he found a scene that filled him with rage and helplessness. A small boy was cornered against a wall, his books and supplies scattered on the floor. In front of him was a tall, burly teenager who, with a mocking smile, was lifting the boy by his shirt collar, and to one side was another bruised boy. "Is that all you've got?" the teenager said, bursting into laughter. Izuku clenched his fists. He'd seen situations like this before, and every time he'd wanted to intervene, fear and self-importance had paralyzed him. But this time was different. This time, the system was with him. "Leave him alone," she shouted, her voice shaking but with what we assume was courage. The bully turned his head towards Izuku, grimacing. "And who are you?" "Another idiot who wants to give me his money," he said with a sly smile. Izuku gulped. The system was challenging him, pushing him to face his fears. He knew he stood no chance against someone stronger, but he couldn't stand idly by. "I don't care who you are. Leave the boy alone," he repeated, taking a step forward. The bully dropped the boy, who fell to the ground with a groan, and turned to Izuku. "This will be fun." Before Izuku could react, the bully launched himself at him with surprising speed. He received a blow to the stomach that knocked him backward onto the ground. The blow knocked the wind out of him, but he didn't allow himself to stay there. Think, Izuku, use your surroundings." He looked around for something that could give him an advantage. On one side of the alley was a pile of wooden crates. "If I can knock them over, maybe I can buy some time." However, before he could move, the thug was already upon him. "That's all," he said, throwing a punch. Izuku managed to spin around in time, and the blow hit the ground next to his head. Seizing the moment, he leapt up and ran toward the crates with the bully on his back. With all his strength, he pushed the stack, causing several to fall to the ground with a loud crash. The thug stopped, coughing from the raised dust. "You're a pain." Izuku used the moment to approach the boy. "Run," he said, grabbing their hands. Together they tried to escape, but the thug quickly recovered and pulled our protagonist by the neck. "Not so fast, brat." The thug smiled and touched the alley wall, activating his sticky hand ability. In the blink of an eye, he managed to tear some debris off the walls. "Where do you think you're going?" he said, his hands wrapped in stones. Izuku knew he had no choice. If they wanted to get out of there, he'd have to face him. Slowly and shakily, he raised his hands, even though his legs were shaking. He remembered the moves he'd seen on the pro heroes, but none of it prepared him for what came next. The bully ran, landing Izuku's foot on his own, securing his position and shoving one of his feet into the ground. Then, with his free hand, he threw a punch straight into Izuku's stomach, knocking the wind out of him and drawing some blood. He tried to fight back, but every blow he made was weak in comparison. Every time he tried to dodge, the bully used his ability to keep him rooted to the ground and maintain his hold. After a few minutes that felt like an eternity, Izuku fell to the ground on his back, unable to get up. The thug leaned over him, smiling disdainfully. "That's what you get for sticking your nose in where you don't belong, dwarf." I pick him up and steal the money he had in his pockets with one last shove, throw him against the wall and walk away, muttering something about wasting time. Izuku, in pain and humiliated, lay on the ground. But then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for trying," said the boy, with tears in his eyes. Although the boy's words were comforting, Izuku couldn't help but feel like he had failed. He hadn't been strong enough. Mission failed. Partial reward granted. +5 XP. The notification took him by surprise. Why had he received something if he'd lost it? Not everything is about winning in this life. Izuku closed his eyes, processing the words. Even though he'd lost, something inside him had changed. He'd taken a step forward, and that was a start. Izuku walked slowly toward his house. His school uniform was dirty and torn, his backpack hung awkwardly off one shoulder, his abdomen painted a sickly purple with red lines, and a trickle of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Every muscle in his body was crying out for rest after the beating he'd taken in the alley. The sky was beginning to darken, painting the city in warm tones and a cold horizon. Although the beauty of the sunset could have distracted anyone, Izuku barely noticed his surroundings. His mind was caught in a whirlwind of emotions: anger, humiliation, and, above all, a helplessness that ate away at him from within. "Why is it always like this?" he muttered, clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. "The bullies," words echoed in his head. "Another idiot who wants to give me his money. Deku, you're worthless. Why do you keep trying?" They were phrases he'd heard so many times before, but now, with the system, they seemed to weigh even more. He'd started to believe he could change, but reality had crushed him once again. When he got home, he opened the door carefully, trying not to make a sound. He didn't want his mother to see him in that state. "Izuku, is that you?" Inko's voice called from the kitchen. "Why yes, Mom, I'm home now," she replied in a weak tone. Before he could head upstairs, Inko came out to greet him. Her eyes widened at the sight of her son's condition. "Izuku, what happened to you?" She ran toward him, worried, taking his face in her hands, forcing him to bend down. "It's nothing, Mom, really. I just tripped," she lied shamelessly, looking away. But Inko, like any good mother, could see that something hadn't been right for a long time. Her eyes began to fill with tears as she checked Izuku's wounds. "Why don't you ever tell me what's going on?" she asked, her voice breaking. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat. He hated to worry her, but how could he explain what was really going on? How could he tell her he'd been beaten because he kept clinging to a dream everyone considered impossible? For a moment he thought about telling his mother everything that had been happening recently, but a system notification appeared. "Warning. You may not reveal information about the system to non-players." Our protagonist's heart sank even further with that message. With no other option, he had no choice but to lie once more. "I'm fine, Mom, really. I just need to rest." Before Inko could insist, Izuku quickly went upstairs and locked himself in his room. Silence filled the room as Izuku sank down onto his bed. He stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts. The system said nothing could be said to non-players. Does that mean there are more people like me out there? Why did he choose me? I'm sure there are plenty of people who can be better than me. What if I was never good enough for this? He thought, feeling doubt begin to consume him. Suddenly, the blue screen appeared in front of him, illuminating the darkness. New quest. Rebuild your confidence. Goal. Train for 5 consecutive days to improve your physical abilities. Reward. Plus 60 XP. Izuku sighed. Training for 7 days straight would be hell for him, especially after everything he'd been through, but the system was giving him a chance to change, to be better. He got out of bed, ignoring the pain in his body. He looked out the window at the dark street and clenched his fists. "No matter how many times I fall, this time I can get up." With a new determination in his heart, Izuku began planning his training. The morning air was crisp and cool when Izuku stepped out into the backyard. I think it goes without saying that this is before school, and he wasn't looking for a proper routine to begin with. His body was still sore from the fight, but if he wanted to get stronger, he had no choice. The mission was clear: train for 7 straight days. He took a deep breath and began a clumsy, simple warm-up, though every movement reminded him of the blows he'd taken. "I don't care. I'm going to get better." Day 1. Izuku started with push-ups, but his arms were shaking after the 8th representative. Every time he tried to keep going, his muscles burned. "Come on, just a little further," he muttered, falling to the ground with his face against the earth. Izuku gritted his teeth and tried again. If he wanted to change, he couldn't afford to stop. After about half an hour, he could barely move. His muscles were exhausted, and he had recurring spasms. It wasn't much, but it was something. A reminder that every effort was worth it. Day 3. Learning to fight. After 2 days, our dear boy used his head to do something right and thought that doing exercises like an idiot might not be the best idea. Izuku investigated a little more about the exercises he should do and came across tutorials of some professional heroes that not only help to have a healthier life but also help with performance in fights where civilians cannot use their gifts, so he decided to learn it so as not to be dead weight in some not too distant future. He recalled the hero fights he'd analyzed in his notebook. They might include some moves he saw as unique to this particular fighting style. Stance, guard, evasive movements. Even without a quirk, he had to take advantage of every possible advantage. Deku. Bakugo had always called him that with contempt. Whenever he was called that, he felt depressed, but this time he didn't feel sadness. He felt anger, a feeling he's not very familiar with. He had gotten angry, but he always took it out on himself or on inanimate objects. But not today. Something he learned on the internet was something called shadow fighting, a technique widely used in modern boxing. It involves shaping an opponent using imagination, something Izuku had plenty of. Little by little an image formed before his eyes with which he was very familiar. Katsuki Bakugo appeared before his eyes ready for the next attack. Concentrating on his stance, he began practicing punches. Left, right, dodging explosions. Each movement felt clumsy, but he knew with repetition he would improve. Day 5 the training became more intense. Izuku now ran around the neighborhood every morning, doing endurance exercises and perfecting his attack technique. However, his body kept reminding him that it still wasn't enough. Every fight against Katsuki would always end in defeat. Every muscle burned. Every breath felt heavy. But upon seeing the system's message, his determination only grew. Mission completed. Rebuild your confidence. Reward, +60 XP. Level 3 reached. 5 stat points available. I think I'll save them this time. Confirming his choice, he continued on his way, a wave of satisfaction running through his body. His muscles ached less despite not having distributed his stitches. His breathing steadied. Izuku looked at his hands, feeling the change. For the first time in his life, he was actually getting stronger. Day 7. Although the mission had already been accomplished, Izuku found comfort in daily training. The system appeared with an unexpected message. A new information window was displayed. Martial Apprentice. You are a person who seeks to perfect your body to make it the perfect weapon. Your attacks do 15% more damage. Izuku smiled at this exciting new information, made a fist, and punched the air, the blow feeling lighter and more powerful than usual. For the first time, he felt like he could really fight. He looked at his reflection in the window of a house. The same face, the same body, but something in his eyes had changed. Determination. This is just the beginning. On a new day, the morning sun filtered through the school windows as Izuku walked through the hallways, a strange feeling running through his body. It wasn't just tiredness. It was encouragement. For the first time in years, Broccoli felt comfortable coming to school. Due to intensive training, improvements in your stats have been detected. Strength +2, Stamina +3, Agility +1. Izuku felt a slight chill when he saw the notification. After 7 days of training, his body had truly changed. His posture was more upright. His movements were lighter and more confident. He closed the window with a thought and continued moving forward. But then, understanding, Deku. The air seemed to become heavier and their spirits plummeted. Izuku stopped. He didn't need to turn around to know who was behind him. I've heard you've been getting carried away lately, Katsuki Bakugo said, approaching with his signature sly smile. I don't know what the hell got into you, but if you think that makes you think you can do anything, you're so fucking wrong. The laughter of Bakugo's minions echoed around him. Izuku clenched his fists, feeling discomfort and a flash of sadness bubble up inside him. No, I wasn't going to lower my head, not this time. I'm not believing anything, Kachan, he replied, without moving. I'm just trying to be different. Bakugo clicked his tongue in disgust. Be different? His right hand crackled with small explosions. A quirkless like you has no right to change. Izuku knew it. He knew a fight against Bakugo wasn't fair. He didn't have a quirk, and his training was still in its early stages. But if he ever wanted to be on Bakugo's level, he had to try. I had to face it. The sound of the first explosion was the only warning before Bakugo lunged at him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk Izuku jumped to the side, dodging the attack by inches. He landed awkwardly, but didn't fall. That was an improvement. What's up, Deku? Bakugo laughed. Do you think you're fast now? Izuku didn't respond. In his mind, he reviewed his training. Stance, guard, evasive movements. The shadow fight against Bakugo's image. Don't get caught. Bakugo charged again, faster this time. Instinctively, Izuku raised his arm to block the blast, but the impact sent him reeling backward. The pain burned, but he managed to stay on his feet. The message flashed across his vision for a second, but he didn't have time to process it. Bakugo was already upon him again. Izuku, almost without thinking, threw a punch. Although he hadn't intended to do so, the blow connected with Bakugo's arm, causing him to momentarily stop. Taking advantage of the confusion, Izuku looked around for an advantage. He spotted a closet where cleaning equipment was stored nearby, dimly lit and with little room to move. Without a second thought, he ran into the living room. Bakugo followed him, but once inside, the confined space and lack of ventilation made it difficult for him to launch explosions without damaging himself. Izuku knew this was his chance. He took advantage of the terrain and used his knowledge of Bakugo's attack patterns to dodge and block Bakugo's attacks, focusing on tiring him out. Bakugo, frustrated by the lack of space and his inability to unleash explosions left and right, shouted. "Let's get out of here, you damn coward," Izuku, breathing heavily but determined, replied. "I'm not a coward, Kachan. I'm learning to fight smarter than you." Bakugo, filled with anger, let out a sarcastic laugh. "Do you really think hiding in a closet will make you smarter than me?" Izuku knew he had to stay calm and use his surroundings to his advantage. He remembered the advice he'd seen online in the villain's self-defense tutorials on how to take advantage of every advantage, no matter how small. Bakugo launched a blast, but the narrow space made it difficult to accurately execute. Izuku nimbly dodged it and used the moment to shove Bakugo into the brooms and cleaning supplies, further cluttering the confined space. "Damn Deku!" Bakugo shouted, staggering as he tried to free himself from the mops and cleaning supplies. Izuku knew he couldn't beat Bakugo in a direct confrontation, but he could wear him down or hinder him. With swift movements, he dodged Bakugo's attacks and forced him to move inside the small closet. Every time Bakugo tried to use his quirk, he encountered obstacles that limited him. "You can't dodge forever," Bakugo yelled angrily. "I'm not dodging, Kachan. I'm doing what you would never do, forming a strategy," Izuku replied firmly, feeling a new confidence grow within him. Bakugo, exhausted by the constant misses and the limited space, launched one last desperate attack. Izuku saw his opportunity and leapt back, braced his back against the wall, and delivered a double kick, knocking Bakugo out of the closet. Bakugo fell to the floor, breathing heavily. Izuku stood in the doorway of the closet, staring determinedly at his former friend and rival. "This isn't over, Deku," said Bakugo, slowly getting up. He clicked his tongue and without another word he launched himself at Izuku. Without time to dodge, he could only watch as a slap came dangerously close to his chest. The more violent it was, the brighter the hand became. Boom! Izuku slammed into the closet wall, once again spitting out blood. "Bakugo, what did you do?" one of his bootlickers yelled. Izuku slid down the wall, feeling the pain radiate throughout his body. The blood in his mouth tasted metallic and bitter. Bakugo approached, his expression a mix of fury and satisfaction. "See, Deku," Bakugo said, his voice low but full of venom, "you'll never be anything but useless." Izuku lifted his head, his eyes filled with determination despite the pain. He wasn't going to give up. Not now, not after everything he'd been through. "No," he murmured, his voice barely audible, "I'm not useless." Bakugo stopped, surprised by the response. Izuku, with a titanic effort, stood up. His legs trembled, but he leaned against the wall and pulled himself up. "I'm not useless," he repeated, louder this time, "and someday I'll prove you wrong." Bakugo looked at him with disdain and contempt, starting to walk towards him once more, but something in Izuku's eyes made him stop and slowly back away. He stared at him for a few seconds and without another word, turned around and left, followed by his lackeys. Izuku stood there, breathing heavily. He knew he had a long day ahead of him, But he also knew he'd finally managed to change something, to get Bakugo to leave him alone for once in so many years. He'd stood up to Bakugo, and although he'd lost the fight, he'd gained something far more valuable: self-confidence. Reward. +10 XP. Resistance +1. Sometimes getting up is the greatest victory. Izuku smiled weakly as he closed the notification. He had a lot to learn and a lot to improve, but for the first time in a long time, he felt fulfilled. With a slow but determined step, she wiped away the blood and left the closet, heading to her next class. The morning sun still shone through the windows, and in her heart, a new flame of determination burned brightly. The day passed relatively normally at Aldera High School. Izuku spent most of his classes in silence, taking notes and mentally replaying the fight with Bakugo. His body was still reeling from the impact of the last blow, but he didn't have time to complain. When the bell rang for the last period, Izuku gathered his things and quickly left the classroom. He preferred to leave before Bakugo or his friends tried to bother him again. However, as he turned into the hallway leading to the exit, he heard familiar laughter.
"Hey, where are you going so fast, Deku?" Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him, two of Bakugo's followers, Nobu and Taira, were blocking his way with mocking smiles. "Bakugo screwed you over and yet you still walk with your head held high, so we made sure you understood your place," Nobu said, cracking his knuckles. "Yes, after what happened this morning, we don't want you to think you can do whatever you want," Taira added. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach. He was tired, and facing them right now wasn't an option. And then, new mission available. Mission: Tactical Escape. Objective: escape from Bakugo's followers without getting caught. Reward: +3 Agility. Izuku felt his heart beat faster. For the first time, he felt a surge of adrenaline, not from fear or panic, but from excitement. He had to move. "Sorry guys, I'm in a hurry," she said, trying to force an awkward smile before turning on her heels and running in the opposite direction. "Hey, don't go, you useless bastard," Nobu shouted, giving chase. Izuku weaved through the students, using the crowded hallways to his advantage. His legs moved faster than he expected, dodging backpacks and pushing through doors. He took the stairs two at a time, listening to the heavy footsteps of his pursuers. If they caught up with him, he wouldn't get away with it. And without expecting it, Taira jumped from the second floor, landing right in front of Izuku. With a swift movement, Izuku dodged to the side, almost losing his balance but managing to stay on his feet. Adrenaline kept him going. He ran past the classrooms, hearing the screams and laughter of the students watching the scene. Izuku turned right and then left, entering the laboratory corridor. "There he goes," shouted another of Bakugo's followers who joined the chase. Izuku felt sweat running down his forehead. His breathing was rapid and shallow, but he couldn't stop. He ran past the science lab, where a few students stared at him in surprise. As he reached the end of the hallway, he pushed open a double door and stepped out into the school's backyard. The fresh air hit her face, but she couldn't afford to enjoy it. She heard the footsteps of her pursuers approaching rapidly. She ran toward the garden area, where the tall hedges and trees could offer her some cover. He slipped between two bushes and continued running, feeling the branches scratch his skin. Nobu and Taira followed close behind, but Izuku didn't dare stop. He turned sharply toward the basketball court with a skid, hoping to gain some distance. "We've got him," Taira shouted, getting closer. Izuku looked around desperately, searching for an exit. He saw an open maintenance door across the court and ran toward it. His pursuers were still hot on his heels. When he returned to the ground floor, he turned sharply toward the hallway of empty classrooms. There, he saw a door half open, but from the side, he saw another bootlicker coming out, and without a second thought, he changed direction toward the stairs. She held her breath as footsteps echoed in the background. But at the end of the hallway, she saw her way out, an open window. "This is going to hurt tomorrow." And without further ado, he jumped out the window. All his pursuers saw him jump and moved even faster toward the window. "Are you crazy?" they all shouted in unison when they saw how our broccoli crashed to the floor. "I was wrong. This is already hurting." He slowly got back up, brushing himself off. The footsteps moved away from the window. Izuku didn't wait, knowing this was the best time to leave. Mission completed. Reward obtained. +3 agility. Izuku smiled slightly as he read the notification. I may not be able to win in strength yet, but I can win by using reason, if you can call that the use of reason. Today, I had won another small battle. Izuku walked through the streets of Musudafu, his heart still pounding after his escape. It felt good, because he avoided another unnecessary beating. If I keep this up, I might not need to run from them soon. The afternoon was quiet as she walked along the sidewalk toward her house. The sun was beginning to set, and the cold wind of the season tousled her hair. She was considering her next step when a new notification appeared before her eyes. Mission available. Mission. Strategic observation. Objective. Analyze and document the movement patterns of a hero on patrol. Reward. +60 XP +3 perception. Izuku blinked in surprise. Follow a hero. It was certainly a tempting idea. He always watched heroes in action, but never with the purpose of doing anything other than analyzing their gifts or movements. If he wanted to improve, understanding what the professionals were like might give him a clue. Determined, he turned toward one of the most heavily trafficked routes in the city. Musudafu wasn't a metropolis, but even so, several heroes roamed its streets making sure everything was in order. After a few minutes of walking, he saw him. A mid-range hero, Gunhead is a professional close-quarters combat expert. Izuku smiled, took out a small notebook from his backpack and began taking notes. Understood. Let's continue from where Izuku starts following the hero. Izuku walked through the streets of Musudafu, his heart still pounding after his escape. He felt good because he avoided another unnecessary beating. If I keep this up, I might not need to run from them soon. The afternoon was quiet as she walked along the sidewalk toward her house. The sun was beginning to set, and the cold wind of the season tousled her hair. She was considering her next step when a new notification appeared before her eyes. Mission available. Mission. Strategic observation. Objective. Analyze and document the movement patterns of a hero on patrol. Reward. +60 XP +3 perception. Izuku blinked in surprise. Follow a hero. It was certainly a tempting idea. He always watched heroes in action, but never with the purpose of doing anything other than analyzing their gifts or movements. If he wanted to improve, understanding what the professionals were like might give him a clue. Determined, he turned toward one of the most heavily trafficked routes in the city. Musudafu wasn't a metropolis, but even so, several heroes roamed its streets making sure everything was in order. After a few minutes of walking, he saw him. A mid-range hero, Gunhead, the professional close combat expert. Izuku smiled, took out a small notebook from his backpack and began taking notes. Following Gunhead at a safe distance, he watched as the hero greeted the citizens and maintained an alert posture. Every movement seemed calculated and efficient. Izuku noticed how Gunhead scanned the surroundings, paying attention to details others might miss. This level of attention is what I need, Izuku thought as he wrote down each observation. Gunhead continued his patrol, occasionally stopping to talk to passers-by. Izuku took advantage of each pause to lean in closer and listen in on conversations. The hero asked about any suspicious activity and offered safety tips to those he spoke with. After a while, Gunhead headed down a dark alley, maintaining a firm and confident stance. Izuku followed cautiously, keeping a safe distance but close enough to keep an eye on him. Gunhead stopped at the end of the alley and looked around. Izuku hid behind a dumpster, holding his breath as the hero inspected the area. After a few moments, Gunhead seemed to relax and continued his patrol. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and slowly stood up, only to notice he couldn't see the hero anywhere. "Were you looking for me?" said a voice from behind the broccoli, which obviously began to shake like flan. Before being able to think of an excuse, he took his notebook without her noticing. "Kid, are you a stalker or a journalist?" the hero blurted out, and our broccoli's mind made a mistake. "Do I look like a stalker?" the young man wondered internally. "No, sir, it's just that I wanted to know more about self-defense." Gunhead took a moment to look him over, noticing the bruises and scrapes on his arms, chest, and legs. Why did they bother you, kid?" the hero finally asked. Our protagonist, completely embarrassed and blushing, explains his situation. Give me the pencil. After hearing his story, Gunhead made a decision, and turning to the next page of the notebook, he wrote something and returned his things to the bullying knee. Tomorrow is my day off, come see me after school. And with that, the hero left. Izuku stood there processing everything, then quickly checked what he'd written in his notebook. His agency's address. Completely amazed, our young man returned home. Time passed quickly, and soon the sun began to set, dyeing the sky warm colors. Izuku looked at his notebook and saw that he had compiled a significant amount of information and a great opportunity. He felt satisfied with his work and decided it was time to return home. Mission completed. Reward obtained. Plus 60 XP plus 3 perception. Izuku smiled as he read the notification. He'd learned a lot from watching Gunhead and was eager for tomorrow to come. The sound of his alarm clock jolted Izuku out of his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt a slight ache all over his body. The after effects of the previous day were still present, but that didn't matter. Today was not just any day. Izuku got out of bed faster than usual and, after his morning routine, checked his notebook. There it was, the address Gunhead had written in his firm, precise handwriting. After school, she reminded herself mentally, closing the notebook with a smile. The school day went on as usual. She avoided Bakugo and his followers as best she could, focusing on her classes and what would happen later. When the dismissal bell finally rang, Izuku wasted no time. He grabbed his backpack and left the school without looking back, heading straight for the direction of Gunhead's agency. Musutafu, Gunhead Agency. Izuku stopped in front of the building. It wasn't as large as other hero agencies, but it had a sturdy and practical design. He took a deep breath and walked in. The receptionist, a woman with short hair and glasses, looked at him curiously as he approached the counter. "Can I help you?" Izuku blushed profusely and swallowed before answering. Why yes, Gunhead told me to come today, after school." The woman looked at him for a long moment before nodding. "Oh, yes, he told me about that. So you're the guy. Okay, follow me. My tortilla is a real Casanova-filled square." Izuku followed her down a hallway to a large training room. There, Gunhead was waiting for him, dressed in civilian clothes instead of his hero suit. "I'm glad to see you came. I honestly thought you wouldn't, and you came on time. That's good," the hero said with a smile. "Let's get to the point. You said you wanted to learn about self-defense, right? Mission available. Mission. Heroic training. Objective. Complete Gunhead training. Reward. Plus 120 XP, plus 3 strength, plus 3 speed." Izuku nodded quickly. "Why yes. Good. The first thing is to evaluate what you already know. Attack me." Izuku opened his eyes in surprise. What? Attack me? Don't worry, I don't think you can do much damage." Izuku gulped. It wasn't the first time he'd tried fighting, but facing off against a pro hero, it was way above his league. He stepped forward and tried to throw a punch. Gunhead dodged it easily. Very predictable. Izuku tried to throw a 1-2, but Gunhead blocked effortlessly and with a light kick to his shin made him fall. "You've got the spirit, but you lack the most important thing, technique. Let's start with the basics." He helps her stand. Izuku nodded, determined. "Considering you're smaller than average build and height, I think it's best to teach you Aikido. It's a martial art that focuses on using an opponent's strength against them." Gunhead nodded, crossing his arms. "That was a good explanation. But I know it's one thing to understand it, and another to apply it. Come on, try attacking me." Izuku gulped. He wasn't aggressive, much less violent, but if he wanted to learn, he had to make changes. He took a step forward and threw a clumsy punch with his right fist. In a fluid motion, Gunhead twisted his body slightly, grabbed Izuku's wrist and spun him around, sending him tumbling backward onto the tatami with a thud. "Ah, this is a kote geishi," Gunhead explained as he helped him up. "It's one of the basic techniques of Aikido. The key is not to resist your opponent's movement, but to use it against them." Izuku rubbed his sore back but nodded. "Try it with me." The hero launched a slow punch so Izuku could react. Remembering the shock he'd just endured, Izuku twisted his body, grabbed Gunhead's wrist, and tried to replicate the technique. It didn't work. Gunhead barely moved and looked at Izuku with a smile. Lack of precision and wrist strength. Don't pull me, direct my energy. Again. Izuku tried once, twice, 3 times, failing each time. After several attempts, he finally managed to get Gunhead to slightly lose his balance. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. Not bad, kid, you've got potential. Aikido NVL1. Izuku breathed heavily, feeling his body already beginning to resent the exertion. But a smile formed on his face at this message. Gunhead spent the next 2 hours teaching him other basic techniques: how to fall without hurting himself, how to turn to avoid taking damage, and how to use the correct posture to react quickly. After several more falls and many corrections, Izuku finally collapsed onto the tatami, exhausted. I take it back. You're no good, you're a monster. You managed to apply Aikido in what, 2 hours, while it took me weeks. R. Broccoli gave a nervous smile at the adult's comment. Is this thanks to the system? As he began to mutter to himself, the adult interrupted him before his mutterings could be heard. Well, with this, I think you'll be fine from today on, Gunhead said, sitting next to him. You have talent, but Aikido isn't just about technique. It's about patience and discipline. You'd better keep practicing. Hey, but we're just getting started. Kid, you've mastered the basics, that's enough. So how about you teach me how to use a gun? Gunhead turned to look at him with a serious face. Midoriya, I can't do this. First of all, you're a civilian, and even worse, a high school student. It would be very irresponsible of me to give you a weapon. Before he could finish his speech about responsibility, he stopped thinking about an idea, and little by little a curious smile began to form on his face. Okay, I can't give you a gun, but I can teach you how to use one that you can find almost everywhere. Why, Our young man did not understand what he was referring to, but he felt excited by the idea. Gunhead stood up from the mat and gestured for Izuku to follow him. They left the training room and walked to a small storage room inside the agency. I'm going to teach you 2 things that can save you in many situations: Arnis and Bojutsu, Gunhead explained while searching for something in a corner. Izuku blinked in confusion. Arnis. It's a Filipino martial art based on the use of sticks, knives, and improvised weapons, the hero explained, pulling out a pair of wooden poles about 60 centimeters long. But the best part is that you can apply the techniques with any similar object: tubes, umbrellas, even large pens. Izuku gulped, excited by the idea. And Bojutsu. Gunhead pulled out a long staff, almost 180 centimeters long. Is the art of fighting with a bow. It's a traditional Japanese weapon, but the principles apply to any long object, such as a broom, a metal pipe, or even a wooden stick. The hero threw a short stick at him, which Izuku caught with both hands. First, you'll learn the basics of Arnis. Hold this with one hand. Izuku adjusted his grip as best he could, while Gunhead got into a fighting stance. Hit me. What? Come on, don't be afraid. Use the stick and try to reach me. Izuku gulped and lunged forward, trying to hit Gunhead with a downward strike. Clack. In an instant, Gunhead blocked the attack with his own staff and swiped his hand to redirect Izuku's force, knocking him off balance. Too predictable, he pointed out. In Arnis, you don't fight with strength, but with speed and strategic angles. Look. Gunhead showed him the 12 basic angles of attack: diagonal, horizontal, vertical, and stabbing strikes. Your goal isn't just to attack, but to anticipate the enemy's movements and flow with them, he explained. Try to replicate their movements. Izuku followed the movements slowly at first, then increased his speed. Although clumsy, he began to understand the pattern. Okay, now for defenses. What I'm going to teach you is called round, a technique for deflecting attacks rather than blocking them directly, similar to Aikido. Watch. Gunhead performed a series of circular motions with the stick, showing how he could redirect Izuku's blows without absorbing the full impact. Izuku tried to imitate him. His first attempts were clumsy, but little by little his body began to get used to it. After nearly an hour of intense practice, Gunhead stepped back and smiled. Not bad for your first time. Now let's try Bojutsu. He took out the long staff and handed it to Izuku, who held it with both hands. Unlike Arnis, here you use both hands for control. The first thing you need to learn is the kame, the basic stance. Gunhead adopted a stance with his bow held diagonally in front of his body. Izuku followed suit. Okay, now for basic attacks. Tsuki thrust, uchi downward and side strikes, and harai sweeps. The things one looks for to make history interesting. Izuku followed the movements, noticing that they were slower than those of the Arnis, but at the same time more powerful. After another hour of training, his body was shaking with fatigue. Gunhead smiled and patted his shoulder. That's it. You already have a foundation in Arnis and Bojutsu. If you practice enough, you could defend yourself with almost any everyday object. Izuku was breathing heavily, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Mission completed. Reward obtained. Plus 120 XP, plus 3 strength, plus 3 speed. Acquired skill. Arnis LVL1, Bojutsu LVL1. Level 4 reached. 5 stat points available. As he said goodbye to Gunhead, Izuku felt like his training was just beginning. He now had more tools to face the challenges ahead. The clock read 8:30 p.m. when Izuku walked out of Gunhead's agency, feeling his muscles burning after another intense training session. Although he was exhausted, a sense of satisfaction filled him. He had managed to learn more than he expected during this rare opportunity, his skills in Aikido and Arnis, and Gunhead had even praised his progress. However, despite the compliments, that insecure voice in his head kept reminding him how far he was from being a true hero. Is this really enough? What will happen if I face Ka-chan or one of his friends? You don't have a quirk, Izuku, he thought, full of doubts. As he walked through the quiet streets of Musudafu, enjoying the cool night air, a piercing scream pulled him from his thoughts. Izuku stopped in his tracks, feeling his heart begin to pound. Please don't hurt me, he heard a woman's voice, filled with panic. Izuku looked in the direction of the scream and saw a small convenience store a few blocks away. Through the window, he could make out 2 hooded men inside, one holding a knife while the other emptied the cash register. The store employee, a young woman, stood against the wall, hands up, face filled with fear. New mission available. Mission: stop the assault. Objective: neutralize the attackers and protect the employee. Reward: plus 250 XP, plus 4 strength, plus 4 speed. Izuku swallowed, feeling fear and adrenaline mixing in his body. I can't just sit back and do nothing, he thought. What can I do? I don't have a gift. I'm not a hero. Am I going to make things worse? Izuku clenched his fists, feeling doubts paralyze him for a moment. But then, without thinking or commanding, he started running. Her breathing was shallow, and she approached carelessly, looking for an opportunity to act. She noticed the robbers were distracted, arguing over the money they had stolen. The employee remained against the wall, trembling with fear. I have to do something, but what? I'm not strong enough. Izuku thought, feeling fear wash over him. Izuku took a deep breath and began to analyze the situation. 2 assailants, one with a knife. The employee is in danger, but if I act quickly, I can neutralize them before they realize it. He took out his notebook and quickly drew up a plan of action. If I use Aikido to disarm the knife holder and then apply a Bojutsu technique with that broom at the back of the tent, I might buy myself some time. With the plan in mind, Izuku sneaked up and entered the store. Hey, why you guys? Izuku shouted, trying to get their attention and not wet his pants in the process. The attackers turned their heads, surprised by the voice. And who are you? A brat who wants to play hero? The one holding the knife asked with a mocking smile. Izuku felt a chill, but gritted his teeth. I won't let them get away with it. The knife wielder lunged first, his blade gleaming in the light. Izuku blocked with a downward angled Arnis, deflecting the attack with a hand basket. Tisk, brat, he took advantage of the opening and struck the assailant's wrist with a Kote Geishi Aikido technique. The criminal's hand twisted, and the knife fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, Izuku knocked him off balance and knocked the entire shelf onto the criminal. He took advantage of the opportunity and ran for the broom. Bastard! The assailant managed to throw the shelf aside and try to retrieve his weapon, but Izuku hit him with the broomstick, completely disarming him. Boom! The other assailant slammed his metal fist into the ground, the vibration knocking Izuku off balance. That hit wasn't normal. Izuku barely had time to dodge when the assailant attacked him with a punch straight to the chest. Bam! The force of the impact threw Izuku against a refrigerator, breaking the glass door and causing several soft drinks to explode. Arg! The criminal smiled. My gift allows me to amplify the force of my blows with blasts of air. See what happens when you meddle in things that don't concern you. Izuku quickly stood up. If he hits me hard again, I won't be able to fight anymore. The steel-armed assailant moved forward, preparing a devastating punch. Izuku used a bojutsu technique, striking the enemy's knees to halt his advance. Arg! The man staggered, and at that instant, Izuku spun the mop around and delivered a Tsuki frontal thrust straight to his face. Smash! The blow was strong enough to send him slamming back into another shelf of produce. But the other criminal wasted no time and kicked one of the shelves with his quirk, sending it flying towards Izuku like a death trap. Izuku rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the impact. Gotcha! The assailant shouted, throwing another amplified punch. Izuku raised the broom like a shield at the last second. Boom! The impact sent him sliding several meters, but he managed to stay on his feet. I can't trade blows with him. I must use his own power against him. The assailant charged again, and this time, Izuku waited until the last moment before spinning and applying an Aikido throw. The criminal flew straight into his partner, and the two collided hard with the ground. Izuku didn't miss the opportunity. With the mop, he hit the knifeman in the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. The other tried to get up, but Izuku twisted the broom in his hand and pressed it against his throat, immobilizing him. If you move, you'll faint, Izuku said, breathing heavily. Mission completed. Reward obtained. Plus 250 XP, plus 4 strength, plus 4 speed. Izuku fell to the ground, panting. I made it, maybe because of the excitement, the adrenaline or some other factor, but our green-haired boy started to cry. The employee, trembling, looked at him with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, thank you. The police arrived minutes later, surprised by the scene. Did this guy do this? Turning to see all the destruction. There's no doubt, he knocked them out. Kid, I admire your bravery, but you're under arrest for illegal use of your gift. At the mention of the arrest, our protagonist didn't know what to say. Izuku felt the adrenaline drain away and his body go numb. But then, not bad, kid, said a familiar voice. Izuku looked up and saw Gunhead standing in front of him, a smile on his face. Gee Gunhead, what are you doing here? One of the officers asked, surprised. I heard what happened and came to check on the situation. I didn't think I'd find you involved in a robbery as a suspect after teaching you a little martial arts, the hero said, crossing his arms and conveying an air of anger. But you did well. You used everything I taught you and more. I'm impressed, he said, downplaying the situation. Izuku blushed, feeling Gunhead's words fill him with pride. Okay, guys, let the boy go. I assure you he didn't commit any crime. The police had no other option but to release my knee. Thank you, my knee said, bowing. Don't even mention it, kid, Gunhead said, nodding. You proved today you have what it takes to be a hero. But this will be the first and last time you'll get away with it. There won't be another time. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but leave it to the professionals. Izuku wanted to say something else, but Gunhead already had an answer for him to leave at once. Go away before I decide that you have to pay for all the damage to the store. Izuku stared at him for a few seconds before nodding, feeling a new determination take hold of him. He knew the road would be difficult, but he was ready to face it. With every challenge, with every battle, he was becoming the person he always wanted to be. Level 5 reached. 5 stat points available, all stats unlocked. Dungeons have been unlocked. Izuku arrived home and headed straight to his room. Although he was exhausted, his mind couldn't stop racing over what happened today. His body ached from all the punishment he endured today, and as he laid down in bed to rest, the messages he hadn't seen popped up once again. Level 5 reached. 5 stat points available, all stats unlocked. Dungeons have been unlocked. New stats. And with that said, a new message appeared. Please say state. State. Izuku Midoriya. Level 5. PS 40. MP 25. Strength 7. Speed 9. Resistance 4. Intelligence 5. Luck 3. Charisma 0. I'm not going to say anything else. F. Available stat points 15. Titles: Martial Arts Apprentice. Skills: Arnis Nivel 1. Bojutsu Level 1. Aikido Level 1. Points to be distributed: 15. While processing everything that unfolded before his eyes, a new notification appeared. What are PS and MP? The system hasn't mentioned them before, our lettuce-headed teenager thought as he took out a new notebook to write down notes about the system and what he's discovered about it. HP or health points are the numerical representation of the user's vitality. The lower the number, the more likely it is to die. MP or mana points are the representation of the user's magical energy, mainly used for the activation of skills or spells present in the system. Wait, does that mean if my HP drops to 0 I'll die? Before I could experience a nervous breakdown, a new message appeared. Dungeon walkthrough. Would you like a detailed explanation of the dungeon system? Izuku didn't think twice. Yes, the dungeon system is a space of challenge and self-improvement designed to improve your skills and stats. Dungeons are classified into ranks, which determine their size, complexity, and difficulty. Ranks range from F lowest to S highest. Izuku nodded, quickly writing in his notebook. Ranks F to S, I don't understand that because S is the highest if it's way past F. He started to ramble about different ideas until he remembered something the system said. But what does each rank mean? Dungeon ranks are based on their size and complexity. F rank. Dungeons the size of a 10-story building. These are the smallest and simplest, ideal for beginners. E rank. Stadium-sized dungeons. Larger and more complex than F rank. D rank. District-sized dungeons. They begin to present challenges for experimental players. C rank. City-sized dungeons. Here, the complexity and dangers increase considerably. B rank. State-sized dungeons. They require advanced preparation and proper equipment. It's recommended to go in teams from this point on. A rank. Dungeons the size of a country. Only the most experienced players can tackle these dungeons. S rank. Dungeons speculated to be the size of a continent. These are the most dangerous. There are no records of any dungeons of this level being subjugated. Izuku gulped, feeling the scale of the dungeons overwhelming him. A and I'm barely F rank. In addition to ranks, dungeons have power levels that indicate the strength of the monsters within them. These levels are represented by a or plus sign. Level monsters are below the power standard for that rank. They are weaker than normal. Standard level monsters have the predicted power for that rank. Level plus monsters are above the standard power level. They are stronger and more dangerous than normal. Izuku nodded, writing everything down in his notebook. And how do I know what rank I'm in? Will the system notify me? Correct. As you progress, you'll be notified that you'll be able to access higher ranked and higher level dungeons. But discretion is advised. Izuku closed his notebook, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness. This is amazing, but also confusing. I need to prepare better before attempting a dungeon. He decided it would be best to try an F-rank dungeon when he felt ready. Besides, he knew he needed to improve his skills in the real world, not just in dungeons. Izuku, can I come in? It was his mother. Izuku felt a lump in his throat. He'd been so busy with all of this that he hadn't spoken to her all day. Why yes, Mom. Inko opened the door and looked at him with concern. Her eyes scanned his face and arms, noting the bruises and small scratches. Izuku, what's going on? Are you okay? Izuku forced a smile, trying not to worry her. Oh, it was just a tough workout. Nothing serious. Inko sighed and sat on the edge of her bed. Son, I've noticed you've been coming home very tired lately. I know you're training, but are you sure you're not pushing yourself too hard? Izuku looked down. He knew his mother would notice that not everything was normal, and that she would be worried, but he couldn't tell her the truth. I'm fine, Mom, really. I just want to be better. Inko watched him silently for a moment before speaking in a soft voice. Izuku, when you were a kid, you always dreamed of being a hero. And even though it was hard when we found out you didn't have a quirk, you never stopped trying. Izuku felt his chest tighten. Mother, I don't want you to hurt yourself trying to prove something to the world. To me, you're already amazing. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. Izuku gulped, feeling his eyes water. But I want to be strong, Mom. I want to be able to help people, I don't want to be left behind. Inko sighed and stroked his hair tenderly. Just promise me you won't do anything reckless. I don't want to see you hurt, Izuku. Izuku nodded with a weak smile. I promise, Mom. Inko hugged him tightly before standing up. Rest, son. Tomorrow is another day. When the door closed, Izuku fell onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling, his mind filled with thoughts. I don't want to worry her, but I can't stop now either. With renewed determination, he closed his eyes and let fatigue overcome him. The sound of his alarm clock brought Izuku out of his deep sleep. He felt a little sore from the previous day's training, but his mind was too busy to pay attention to the pain. Dungeons. He remembered everything he had learned last night. A whole new world had opened up before him, and although he still didn't understand all the details, he knew he couldn't pass up this opportunity. He got up, took a quick shower, and went down to have breakfast with his mother. Inko served him a plate of hot food, looking at him with the same concern as last night. Izuku, are you sure you shouldn't rest a little longer? I'm fine, Mom, she replied with a smile. I just have a lot on my mind. After saying goodbye, Izuku left the house determined to try his first dungeon. A new quest has been created. Unlock a dungeon. Do you want to log in? Izuku swallowed. His heart was pounding. This is my chance, I mustn't back down now. Yeah. A blinding flash enveloped him. When he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the city. In front of him stretched a dark, silent forest, covered in a thick fog. The trees were enormous, and their long shadows gave off an eerie feel. You have entered an F-rank dungeon. Objective: advance to the exit. That's it, I just have to go through the forest. Izuku exhaled, relieved. If it was just a matter of getting to the exit, then this dungeon wouldn't be so difficult. He took a step forward, but as soon as he did, a strange sound made him stop. A rustling, as if something were moving in the bushes. Izuku turned slowly, and his eyes widened. A creature emerged from the undergrowth. It was short, with green skin and pointy ears. Its yellow eyes stared at him. Slowly, the creature emerged, revealing itself. The goblin stood still for a moment, assessing Izuku with a hungry gaze. Its sharp teeth protruded from its jaw, and in its hand it held a small, rusty knife. Her breathing was labored, as if she were holding back the excitement of having found prey. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. What is that? So it really is a different place from the world I know. He speculated that he would eventually encounter creatures in the dungeons. Since they are as large as countries, they can't possibly be empty, right? But seeing a dungeon creature in person was completely different from just believing them. The goblin snarled and took a step forward, raising his knife. Izuku instinctively stepped back, noticing the weapon. User must eliminate enemy to advance. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Delete. Wait, can't I just avoid it? He muttered to himself, but the goblin didn't give him time to think further. With a high-pitched screech, the creature launched itself at him. Sank. Izuku barely reacted in time to dodge the attack, feeling the edge of the knife graze his side. Shit, this is real. His heart was pounding. The creature didn't stop, spinning around and slashing at his torso. Izuku jumped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. The user must fight. I don't want to fight. Izuku exclaimed, but the goblin didn't stop. Another notification appeared in front of him. If the user does not fight, his life would be destined to end. Izuku gritted his teeth. Was there no other option? The goblin attacked him again. This time, Izuku was forced to react with more than just dodges. He raised his arms in a defensive stance, remembering his training. The goblin's knife swung down, clank. With an instinctive movement, Izuku used Aikido to deflect the blow, then twisted his body and threw a punch straight into the goblin's stomach. Thwack. The impact caused the creature to stumble backward, coughing heavily. I hit him. Izuku stared at his own fist in astonishment. He had reacted without thinking. The goblin glared at him and charged again. This time, Izuku didn't wait to be attacked. Using his speed, he dodged to the side and launched a kick at the goblin's side. Crack. The creature squealed in pain as it was sent flying. Izuku gasped, feeling his body heat up. His adrenaline was pumping. But the goblin was still moving. He leaned on his arms, stumbling, and then Izuku understood. It won't stop. No matter what I do, it won't stop. Her throat went dry. So, I have to kill him. It was the first time she'd faced a situation like this. In modern hero society, villains were arrested, not executed. But this wasn't a confrontation in modern society. There aren't even traces of civilization here, much less morality in this place, forsaken by the hand of God. There is only one law: kill or be killed. The goblin glared at him with rage and hatred. Its murderous intent was clear. If I don't, he'll eventually kill me. Izuku gulped. His hands were shaking. But when the goblin prepared for another attack, Izuku did the only thing he could. He lunged forward. Before the goblin could react, Izuku, with his larger size and weight, rammed him into a nearby tree. Ahe! With a shriek, the goblin dropped his weapon upon impact. For a few moments the goblin did not move, but when it did, it scratched, bit and cut our protagonist. AHG. Faced with this situation, Izuku threw the creature away from him. Seeing the few scratches on his arm, he noticed a shine on the ground. The monster's dagger. Without thinking twice, he picked it up. Just to see that thing getting dangerously close. Seeing this, Izuku, with no other choice, ran once more at the goblin, but this time he didn't have the courage to see. Without warning, the place fell silent. Goal. That was the only noise heard after that. Izuku stood still, unwilling to open his eyes, but he couldn't risk it. His breathing ragged as he watched the goblin's lifeless body fall heavily to the ground. His dagger was still stuck in the monster's eye, and for a second, his mind went blank. I killed him. The thought echoed in her head. Her hands trembled, her stomach churned. She felt like vomiting, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the corpse. The goblin's blood stained his fingers. It was hot. Real. Izuku swallowed. It wasn't a game. It wasn't a hallucination. That being had been alive a few seconds ago, and now it wasn't because he'd killed it. His instinct told him to walk away, that this was wrong. But then the voice of the system appeared again. Enemy defeated. +10 XP. Izuku gasped. He looked at his bloodstained hand and then rubbed it against his shirt in a desperate attempt to clean it. It didn't disappear. The lump in her throat grew tighter, but she closed her eyes and forced herself to breathe. I can't stop now. If I want to survive in this world, I have to learn how to do this. He clenched his fists and stared at the corpse. It was different from what he'd always imagined in his hero fantasies. There was no grand speech. No epic battle. It was just him, killing to avoid being killed. It was the reality of this system. Does this mean being a player? And with that thought in mind, he forced himself to move. He approached the goblin and, with a shaky effort, pulled the dagger from its eye. A jet of dark blood flowed from the wound. Izuku felt his stomach clench, but he forced himself to stand firm. If this was just an F-rank dungeon at the entrance, what was waiting for him deep inside? Keep going. With heavy steps, he walked along the path, leaving the bodies behind. He couldn't afford to doubt again. Blurg. And without expecting it, he collapsed while vomiting. Izuku remained on his knees, hands on the floor, as his body shook with each retching. The smell of blood and the sour taste in his mouth made him feel even worse. His hands trembled, and the weight of what he had just done crushed him. I killed him. I killed him. The thought kept repeating itself in his mind. Even though he knew he had no choice, that it was either kill or be killed, the reality of having taken a life hit him full force. It wasn't like in video games or hero stories. There was no glory in this, only the cold, raw taste of survival. You have gained +10 XP. The system's voice sounded in his mind, but Izuku barely registered it. His thoughts were too busy processing what had just happened. He looked down at his hands, still stained with blood, and felt a chill run down his spine. What am I doing? What have I become? Does this mean being a player? But there was no time for regrets. The forest was still a dangerous place, and he couldn't stay there defenseless. With a titanic effort, he stood up, wiping his mouth with his arm. He breathed deeply, trying to calm his churning stomach. I can't stop now. It's not safe. I have to keep going. With hesitant steps, he continued down the path, leaving the goblin's body behind. Each step was a struggle with his own conscience, but he knew he couldn't afford to hesitate. This was the dungeon world, a place where morality blurred and only death remained. Recommendation: distribute your stat points to improve your skills and increase your chances of survival. Izuku paused for a moment, remembering he had stat points available. Although his mind was clouded by the traumatic experience, he knew he needed to become stronger if he wanted to survive what was to come. With a sigh, he opened his interface and assigned the points. Strength **+2. Speed **+2. Resistance **+1. Stats updated. Strength 9. Speed 11. Stamina 5. Izuku felt his body tingle as it adjusted to the new improvements. His muscles felt firmer, and he noticed he could move with greater agility. While the emotional pain didn't go away, at least physically he felt a little more prepared. Keep going. Just keep going. With that determination, Izuku continued down the path. The forest seemed endless, and the thick fog made visibility difficult. Every step he took him deeper into the dungeon, and with each step, he got closer to the exit, or another danger. Suddenly, a sound made him stop. It was a creaking sound, similar to the one he'd heard before, but this time it came from multiple directions. Izuku turned slowly, his heart pounding. From the bushes, more goblins appeared. This time it wasn't just one, but 3. Their yellow eyes glittered with malice, and their crude weapons were ready to attack. Izuku swallowed, feeling fear creeping in again. But this time, there was no time to hesitate. He knew what he had to do. If I want to survive, I have no other choice. Dagger in hand, Izuku prepared for battle. The goblins squealed and lunged at him, moving with surprising speed. Izuku dodged the first attack, using his newfound speed to stay safe. With a swift motion, he counterattacked, plunging his dagger into the side of one of the goblins. Enemy defeated. +10 XP earned. But there was no time to celebrate. The other 2 goblins attacked him simultaneously. Izuku used an Aikido technique to deflect one of the attacks, but the second goblin managed to scratch his arm. Ah! Izuku yelled, feeling the sharp pain. With a swift motion, he struck the goblin in the head with the tip of the dagger's handle, knocking it to the ground. The last goblin tried to crawl quickly to his feet, but Izuku saw it and defeated it with a single blow to the head. Enemy defeated. +10 XP earned. +10 XP earned. Izuku breathed heavily, feeling his body begin to resent the exertion. But he couldn't stop. Keep going. Just keep going. With that determination, Izuku continued on his way, delving deeper into the dungeon. He knew this was just the beginning, and that he would have to face even greater challenges. But he also knew he couldn't give up. Not now. Not after everything he'd been through. The hero's path wasn't easy, but a gamer's is hell. Izuku advanced along the path, his breathing still ragged and his body aching. The forest fog seemed to thicken with every step he took, and the silence was eerie. Only the crunching of leaves beneath his feet and the distant sound of the wind through the trees broke the stillness. Although he had defeated the goblins, he couldn't let his guard down. He knew that in this place, danger could appear at any moment. His hands were still trembling slightly, and the goblin's blood on his clothes and the dagger he held was a constant reminder of what he'd done. But he couldn't afford to stop. He had to keep going. The path began to narrow, and the trees seemed to close in around them, forming a natural tunnel. Sunlight barely managed to filter through the treetops, creating a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere alongside the fog. Izuku felt the stress building in his body, but he forced himself to remain calm. I have to find the exit quickly, he thought, remembering the goal of the dungeon. But where is it? Which way do I go? Suddenly, a sound made him stop in his tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, coming from somewhere nearby. Izuku turned slowly, searching for the source of the sound. His eyes adjusted to the dimness, and then he saw it. A figure larger than the goblins emerged from the trees. It was a hobgoblin, a larger, more muscular version of the creatures he'd faced before. Its skin was a darker green, and its eyes glowed with sinister intelligence. It stood about the same height as Izuku. In its hands, it held a crude but deadly mace made of wood and stone. Enemy detected. Hobgoblin, level 4. Izuku gulped. This enemy was clearly stronger than the previous goblins. His instinct told him to run, but he knew he couldn't flee. If he wanted to get out of this dungeon, he'd have to face whatever came. The hobgoblin snarled and lunged at Izuku, bringing his mace up in a powerful swing. Izuku dodged to the side, feeling the air shift around him as the mace hit the ground with a thunderous crash. "Ah!" Izuku yelled, feeling the impact shake the ground beneath his feet. The hobgoblin didn't stop. With a swift motion, he spun and threw another blow, this time aimed directly at Izuku. He raised his dagger to block, but the force of the impact knocked him back several steps. "It's too strong," Izuku thought, feeling his arms go numb from the blow. But he shouldn't stop now. He remembered Gunhead's teachings and focused on finding an opening. When the hobgoblin raised its mace for another attack, Izuku quickly moved forward, dodging the blow and slamming his dagger into the monster's side. Critical hit. The hobgoblin roared in pain, but didn't fall. Instead, he countered with a sideways blow that connected with Izuku's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Ah!" Izuku yelled, feeling pain spread through his arm. P.S. de Izuku. 27/50. Izuku quickly got up, ignoring the pain. He knew he couldn't afford to stay on the ground. With a swift movement, he dodged another blow and positioned himself behind the hobgoblin. Using all his strength, he plunged the dagger into the monster's back. Critical hit. The hobgoblin fell to its knees, weakened but still alive. With a final effort, Izuku leapt up and slammed his dagger into the monster's head, finishing it off. Enemy defeated. +20 XP gained. Izuku breathed heavily, feeling his body begin to resent the exertion. But there was no time to rest. He knew that each battle brought him closer to the exit, but also left him more vulnerable. You have reached level 6. 5 stat points available. Izuku quickly assigned the points. Strength **+2. Speed **+2. Resistance **+1. Stats updated. Strength 11. Speed 13. Stamina 6. With a sigh, Izuku continued along the path. Without stopping, without taking a break. Just following the path. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the path began to open up. The fog dissipated, and Izuku saw a bright light at the end of the path. It was the exit. Objective completed. You have completed the F-rank dungeon. Reward obtained. +150 XP, +3 strength, +3 speed, skill, reinforcement LVL1. Izuku smiled weakly, feeling a mixture of relief and pride. He'd managed to beat his first dungeon, but would there even be another? Is the risk worth it? Definitely not, but does it matter? After all, life is a game. With firm steps, Izuku left the dungeon, ready to return home. After a few steps, the light blinded him once more, and as his sight returned, he realized it was already night. He didn't give it much thought. He went home through the least visible and crowded places, to avoid unwanted glances. He slowly arrived home, checked if his mother was there, thanked God that she wasn't, and without thinking twice, went to take a bath. When he finished, he stared at the clothes he was wearing. He grabbed them and headed to the kitchen, grabbed a lighter, and went out onto the patio. That night marked the boy for life, and the only thing that was seen that night was a young man staring at a dark circle in his yard. Izuku watched the flames consume the clothes he'd worn in the dungeon. The fire crackled in the darkness, casting dancing shadows on the courtyard walls. His eyes reflected the orange glow as his mind spiraled into chaotic thoughts. The smell of burnt fabric mingled with the night air, but Izuku barely noticed it. He could still feel the sticky blood on his hands, even though he'd bathed, even though he'd scrubbed at it desperately. It was still there, maybe not physically, but his skin remembered it. I almost died. The thought flashed through his mind with terrifying clarity. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a simulation. If he didn't get stronger, he wouldn't survive the next time. A chill ran down his spine. The system had granted him a new ability after completing the dungeon. He opened his interface with a mental movement. Ability obtained. Reinforcement Level 1. Temporarily increases physical stats by 10% for 30 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. This could be a level 1 quirk. Does that mean it could enhance its qualities? For a second, a gleam flickered in his eyes before he remembered that thing and its squeals. His mood plummeted, and he sighed and looked down at the ashes on his clothes. The fire slowly died down, leaving only dying embers. This is bullshit. Our green-haired man is certainly not a rude person, but recent events have overwhelmed him. Without further ado, Izuku entered his house, collapsed onto his bed, and closed his eyes. Tiredness hit him immediately, but his mind was still replaying what he'd experienced. The images of the dungeon were still there. The goblins, the hobgoblin, the blood, the pain, and the screams. He slept, if you can call it that. And then, he dreamed. He found himself floating in an endless sea of darkness. There were no voices, no noises, just him and the void. But instead of feeling terrified, he felt a strange calm. It was as if the world was giving him a moment to rest. You have survived the first exposure to conscious death. You have obtained the passive skill, Iron Will Level 1. Reduces negative psychological effects, such as fear, hallucinations, or the possibility of trauma, etc. Izuku woke with a start, sitting up in his bed, his heart pounding. His breathing was labored, and his body was covered in cold sweat. He looked around, making sure he was in his room, that it had all been a dream. But something inside him told him he couldn't let his guard down. The system, the dungeon, everything seemed to be planned somehow. New mission available. Quest. Complete a dungeon. Objective. Clear a dungeon completely. Reward. Plus 500 XP. Izuku stared at the notification in his mind, feeling a tingle run down his spine. Going through that again? No, I refuse. Failure to complete tasks for newbies is punishable by expulsion from the system. And with that message Izuku's world froze. Everything that has happened, all his effort to change, would it be worth anything if he loses the system? Clenching his jaw tightly, he assumed one answer was no. He'd go back to being that kid who only knew how to be depressed, that kid who could never have friends or a genuine emotional connection and who constantly thought about ending it all. So with much anger and frustration he got out of his bed. Because if there was one thing Izuku Midoriya learned, it was to fight against the odds, no matter how tough they were. And this time, he wouldn't do it just for himself, but to put an end to this madness. With a sigh, he got out of bed and walked to his desk. He opened his notebook and began writing down everything he'd experienced, every detail, every skill, every thought. He knew this was just the beginning, and that he'd have to be prepared for whatever came next. Something became very clear to him at that moment. His hands would always be painted red, but the real question is, just his hands. The next day, Izuku woke up early. Although his body was still sore, he forced himself to get up. He knew he couldn't waste any time. After a quick breakfast, he headed to a remote forest about 40 minutes from his house. Izuku smiled weakly. Although he had managed to clear the dungeon, he was still a novice in many ways. He needed to keep improving, since he didn't have anyone to practice with and would focus solely on weapons training. For the next few hours, Izuku immersed himself in training, practicing his bojutsu moves, and he also worked on his stamina. Every hit, every block, every fall brought him a little closer to his goal. Improved skill, Arnis NVL2. Bojutsu NVL2. +1 resistance. By the end of the day, Izuku was exhausted but satisfied. He knew he was making progress, and that gave him a bit of confidence. As he walked back home, he knew he couldn't stop. With each battle, he was transforming into the person he always wanted to be, or something close to it. The path of the hero is not easy, but Izuku, he was not meant to be a hero. Izuku arrived home with his body exhausted and his hands aching. Every muscle burned from the workout, but he didn't care. He sank down onto his bed, staring at the ceiling with a mixture of exhaustion and determination. His thoughts revolved around the system's mission. Complete a dungeon in its entirety. The first one had been a horror. And now I had to do it again. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm himself. His breathing became slow and deep. He couldn't allow himself to hesitate. If the system expelled him, it would all have been for nothing. Day after, Izuku woke up before dawn. His body still felt tired from all the constant abuse, but he ignored the fatigue. He quickly got ready and went out to train. The small forest where I practiced was deserted at that hour. Perfect. He focused on improving his dagger handling and physical endurance. He knew speed had saved his life in the dungeon, but he also knew he couldn't dodge forever. Izuku let out a sigh, feeling his body lighter and his grip on the weapon firmer. This is still not enough. He stayed in the forest until evening, repeating the movements over and over. His hands were covered in small wounds from holding the dagger so tightly. But every time he thought of the blood, the goblins, screams, the hobgoblin about to crush him, he just kept going. His mind no longer had room for fear. Iron Will Level 2. Psychological Effects Reduction plus 20%. Izuku looked at the notification with a bitter smile. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or scared at how quickly things were changing. Evening. While I was having a light dinner, the system popped up with a new message. Dungeon location detected. Rank E. Time remaining for forced entry, 48 hours. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. So this is how it works. I had no choice. In 2 days, I'd be inside a new dungeon. And this time, it would form a rivulet of blood. The alarm clock rang early, but Izuku was already awake. He got up, did some stretches, and ate a quick breakfast before heading off to school. The train ride was the same as always. Familiar faces, strangers' conversations, and the noise of the city. But something had changed in Izuku. His senses were more alert. He heard better, saw more details in his surroundings. Arriving at school, murmurs about Deku filled the classroom. Before, that would have made him shrivel in his seat, but today he simply ignored the comments and sat down. The classroom was the same as always. Noisy, full of classmates who didn't care about anything other than their daily lives. For them, the world was still simple. For Izuku, it wasn't anymore. He sat down in his seat, trying to ignore the occasional glances from some of his classmates. Since he'd gotten stronger, he'd noticed they were looking at him differently. Not with respect, but with curiosity, as if something had changed inside him and they didn't know what. Then the classroom doors swung open. Deku. Bakugo's voice echoed throughout the classroom. His expression was the same as always, a mix of arrogance and anger. He strode over to Izuku, stopping right in front of his desk. Who do you think you're a nerd? You've been acting weird lately. Izuku looked up, keeping his expression neutral. He wasn't the same boy who trembled in front of Bakugo anymore, but he also couldn't afford to provoke him unnecessarily, given the preparation process. Nothing. I'm just tired, Bakugo. He replied calmly, staring at Bakugo. Bakugo opened his eyes and frowned with a different kind of anger than usual, not accepting the blatant lie. Before he could start yelling again like the crazy blonde he is, the teacher entered the classroom and the lesson began. During the lessons, Izuku barely paid attention. His mind was preoccupied with analyzing his opportunities. The system had given him a mission, and the punishment for failing wasn't something he agreed to. But if he wanted to survive, he couldn't rush into the next dungeon unprepared. When the lunch bell rang, Izuku headed up to the school roof, a place where he was usually alone. He needed to think. Izuku arrived at the roof expecting to be alone, and luckily, he was. He slumped against the bars, letting out a sigh. The cool breeze helped calm his mind, but his body remained tense. He only had 2 days before the dungeon dragged him into that nightmare. He took out his notebook and began to write. Since acquiring the system, he'd begun recording every detail of his skills, training, and strategies. He knew memory could fail, but paper wouldn't. Weak points in the last dungeon. Lack of experience in real combat. Low stamina. I get tired quickly. Lack of knowledge of the reinforcement skill. I don't have enough control over my strength and speed. Panic at critical moments, improved with Iron Will. Strategies for the next dungeon. Improve movements with the dagger and any improvised weapon. Look for a durable one before entering. Increase my endurance with resistance training. Study the environment better before attacking. Stay calm at all times. Not understanding the characteristics of creatures. As he wrote, he felt something inside him settle. He had no time for fear or doubt. He had to focus on surviving. When the bell rang, he put away his notebook and returned to class. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, although he noticed a few curious glances from his classmates. He didn't mind. When classes ended, Izuku left the building without wasting any time. He headed to his training spot. He had less than 48 hours before the dungeon. And every second counted. Izuku arrived at the small forest where he trained and took a deep breath. Izuku pulled out and set aside the dagger he'd obtained and shook out his aching arms. He'd made progress with his weapons training, but that wasn't enough. Booster. That skill he had acquired in the dungeon without fully understanding it. Skill. Reinforcement Level 1. Effect. Temporarily increases strength and speed by 10%. Consumes 5 megapixels per minute. He knew it had allowed him to move faster and hit harder, but he had no idea how to consciously activate it. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the feeling of the dungeon. The adrenaline, the fear, the urgency to survive. He focused on his body, on his muscles, on the energy flowing within him. Back up, he whispered, but nothing happened. He frowned. Perhaps it wasn't something that could be triggered by words. He took a deep breath and tried to visualize the skill in action. He thought of the tension in his legs when he fought the hobgoblin, the power in his arm when he struck out desperately. She felt a slight tingling in her body. A subtle warmth, like a current running through her limbs. There it is. He focused on that sensation and tried to intensify it. His breathing became heavier, his heart pounded. Suddenly, her body felt lighter. Boom. Izuku took a step forward, inadvertently moving faster than he expected. His foot hit the ground harder than he intended, knocking him off balance. Curse. He fell to his knees, feeling the impact ripple through his body, and the inertia caused him to spin, ending up with his head millimeters off the ground and his feet facing the clear sky. But instead of getting frustrated, he smiled. I had done it. He cleaned himself up and quickly stood up. Now that he knew what the ability felt like, he just had to control it. He spent the next few minutes turning it on and off, trying to get used to the sensation. At first, his coordination was a mess. He moved too quickly, using more force than necessary. But little by little, his body began to adapt, until he ran out of mana, and he fainted in his place. The skill. Reinforcement has risen to level 2. Effect. Temporarily increases strength and speed by 15%. Consumes 5 megapixels per minute. But it was a good start. Izuku woke up on the forest floor, his head pounding and a feeling of exhaustion enveloping him completely. The sun was already low on the horizon, and the sky was beginning to turn shades of orange and purple. He sat up slowly, feeling his body protest with every movement. He muttered, putting a hand to his head. Overusing his reinforcement ability had drained his energy, and now he was paying the price. He looked at his interface, reviewing its current state. Izuku Midoriya, level 6, PS 40/50ths, MP 0/25ths, Strength 11, Speed 13, Stamina 6, Skills. Reinforcement Level 2, Iron Will Level 2, Aikido Level 2, Bojutsu Level 2. I definitely need to improve my stamina and better control my skill use, she thought, struggling to her feet. She knew she couldn't afford another feint, especially inside a dungeon. With a sigh, he picked up his dagger and headed back home. The journey was slow, but it gave him time to reflect. He had less than 48 hours before the system forced him into another dungeon, and he wasn't ready yet. He needed a plan. When he got home, his mother greeted him with a worried look. Izuku, honey, are you okay? You look exhausted. Yeah, Mom, I was just training a little, he replied, forcing a smile. He didn't want to worry her, but he knew he couldn't tell her the truth about the dungeons and the system. Inko looked at him skeptically, but finally nodded. Well, dinner's ready. Eat something and rest, okay? Sure, Mom, Izuku said, feeling a little guilty for keeping everything from her. But he had no choice. After dinner, Izuku locked himself in his room and opened his notebook. He reviewed everything over and over, but everything had a solution except for one thing: the gun. Izuku closed the notebook and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He had to get something reliable, so that led him to make one of the stupidest decisions of his life. The next day, Izuku woke up early. He was surprised his body, which had suffered constant and exhausting abuse, had recovered, but he couldn't afford to be happy. After breakfast, he headed out to the safer areas of the city. Our green-haired man may be a fool in many areas of life, but if there's one thing he knows about, it's heroes, and that the least guarded areas are the most dangerous, but maybe that's where he'll get what he wants. Izuku walked through the less traveled streets of the city, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie and his gaze alert. He knew what he was doing was dangerous, but he had no choice. He needed a better weapon, something that would give him a real advantage in the next dungeon. And in these areas, where heroes rarely patrolled, he was more likely to find what he was looking for. The air was thick with tension. The neglected buildings and graffiti on the walls reminded him that this wasn't a place for tourists. Izuku kept to the shadows, avoiding attention. He knew that if anyone saw him as an easy target, things could quickly get complicated. After a while of walking, he found what appeared to be an underground market. Several makeshift stalls lined a narrow alley, with vendors selling everything from stolen goods to illegal weapons. Izuku gulped, feeling his heart beat faster. This was more than he had expected. He approached cautiously, trying not to attract attention. The vendors looked at him curiously, but none approached him. Finally, he found a stall selling weapons. The vendor, a sturdy man with a scar on his cheek, looked at him with a crooked smile. "What are you looking for, kid?" he asked, his tone unclear as to whether he was joking or not. Izuku cleared his throat, trying to stay calm. "I need something versatile. Something I can use in close combat." The man looked him up and down, as if he were sizing him up. "What do you need it for?" "That. You're not interested," Izuku replied, avoiding eye contact. The salesman gave a short laugh and pulled a long, sharp knife from under the counter. "This might be useful. It's light but strong, and you can use it for cutting and stabbing." Izuku picked it up and examined it carefully. The knife had good balance and a sharp edge. It was exactly what he needed. Very different from the rusty dagger with the crumbling handle. "How much does it cost?" he asked, trying not to sound too anxious. The salesman stared at him before answering. 5,000 yen, and don't haggle, kid. That's a good price." Izuku nodded and took out the money he'd saved. He knew it was a necessary investment. He paid the seller and stuffed the knife into his backpack, feeling a bit of relief at having something more reliable than the dagger he'd been using. With his new weapon in hand, Izuku quickly headed back home. He knew he couldn't stay in that area for long. The risk of being followed or attacked was too high. Our green-haired boy noticed that he was being followed and decided to lose them. After a few minutes, he arrived at an abandoned construction site. The area was fenced off with a broken fence. Izuku squeezed through a gap and entered. Inside, piles of debris and forgotten materials littered the floor. He walked carefully, sifting through the wreckage for anything useful. That's when he saw her. Leaning against a pile of wood was a construction bar about a meter long. It wasn't perfect, but it was heavy and sturdy. When he arrived home, his mother greeted him with a worried look. Izuku lifted her with both hands, feeling her weight. A makeshift weapon, but much better than their daggers in terms of power. Just as he was about to leave, a noise caught his attention. Turning around, he saw two men standing at the entrance to the place. Both looked like troublemakers. Worn clothes, scars on their arms, and arrogant looks. "Hey, brat, what are you doing here?" asked the shortest, a man with short black hair and hollow eyes. The other, taller and wearing a torn jacket, smiled maliciously. "Found something good, huh? Why don't you show it to us?" Izuku instinctively squeezed the bar. "I was just checking things out," he replied calmly, trying not to provoke anyone. The shortest one laughed. "Look, Yamato, the brat has guts." Yamato, the tall one, narrowed his eyes. "Could it be that this idiot wants to steal something from us?" Great. Guys with a complex about owning the place. He decided to take a step back, but the base extended his hand. FWOOSH. The air stirred, and in an instant, Izuku's arm was engulfed in a thick mass of black smoke. Izuku felt the pressure of the smoke making his arm go numb. A gift. What's up, brat? Have you never seen someone with a gas quirk? The guy mocked. Guys like you need to learn not to stick your nose where you don't belong, Yamato added, flexing his fingers. Suddenly, his skin began to change color, becoming gray and rough like a stone. Izuku clicked his tongue. One had smoke control to immobilize, and the other had high resistance. He couldn't stay still. He activated reinforcement and his body felt lighter. I have to get out of here fast. Yanking with all his might, he freed his arm from the smoke and flung himself to the side, dodging a punch from Yamato that left a crack in the ground. TCH, hurry up, the big guy growled. Izuku wasted no time. He took advantage of his increased speed and launched a blow with the building rod straight into Yamato's stomach. Clang! The bar bounced off his granite skin, but the impact still sent him stumbling back. Damn brat! Yamato roared. The other guy launched his smoke again, but Izuku jumped over a pile of rubble, avoiding being caught. If I can't hurt him easily, then, his legs. He slid across the ground and hit Yamato's knee with all his might. This time, the big guy staggered and fell to his side with a grunt of pain. Bastard! The smoke guy tried to circle around him again, but Izuku didn't give him a chance. He spun around and hit his side with the bar. The man groaned and lost his balance. Izuku saw his chance and ran towards the exit. Don't you dare come back, brat! Yamato shouted, still on the ground. Izuku didn't respond. He just ran. He didn't stop until he was out of the danger zone. Panting, he checked his interface. Skill. Reinforcement has risen to level 3. Effect. Increases strength and speed by 20%. Consumes 5 megapixels per minute. He smiled, subtly. He had acquired a pair of weapons and learned a valuable lesson. The dungeon wasn't going to be fair. And neither would he be. Izuku, where were you? I saw you leave early and you didn't come back after your closing time. I was training, Izuku replied, avoiding eye contact. I needed some time to think. Inko looked at him skeptically, but finally nodded. Well, dinner's ready. Eat something and rest, okay? Sure, Mom, Izuku said, feeling a little guilty for keeping everything from her. But he had no choice. After dinner, Izuku locked himself in his room and opened his notebook. He needed to go over everything one more time before the big day. I still don't know how to increase the booster usage time. Izuku closed the notebook and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He knew the road ahead would be worse than the last, but he didn't intend to let himself get killed. The next day, Izuku woke up early. After breakfast, he headed to school. Izuku arrived at school with his mind torn between his daily routine and the impending dungeon raid. Every step he took toward the classroom seemed heavier than the last, as if time were speeding up and slowing down at the same time. He knew he couldn't afford distractions, but he also couldn't skip class without raising suspicion. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed Bakugo staring at him more intensely than usual. His narrowed eyes and furrowed brow betrayed the idea that he was up to something. Izuku ignored the look and sat down, taking out his notebook to review his notes once more. The day passed slowly. The lessons seemed endless, and every passing minute was a reminder that time was running out. Izuku could barely focus on what the teachers were saying. His mind was preoccupied with calculating strategies, brushing up on his skills, and thinking about what he might find in the dungeon. When the lunch bell finally rang, Izuku headed up to the school roof, just as he had the day before. He needed a moment of quiet to gather his thoughts. However, just as he was about to step out onto the roof, a voice stopped him. Deku. It was Bakugo. His tone was low, but laced with a latent threat. Izuku stopped in his tracks, feeling his body tense. What do you want, Bakugo? He asked, trying to stay calm. Bakugo walked over, crossing his arms and looking at him with disdain. You've been acting weird lately. What are you up to, huh? Do you think you can hide something from me? Izuku clenched his fists, feeling the tension rising. He couldn't afford a fight now, not with the dungeon so close. I'm not up to anything, he replied, keeping his voice steady. I'm just busy. Bakugo let out a short, sarcastic laugh. Busy? Huh, don't make me laugh, Deku. You know you can't do anything. If you're planning something stupid, I assure you you'll pay for it. Izuku didn't respond. He simply stared at him, feeling the urge to start a fight for the first time. He knew Bakugo wasn't going to do anything right now, but the threat was there. Finally, Bakugo turned and walked away, leaving Izuku with a knot in his stomach. He took a deep breath and walked out onto the roof, desperately needing a moment of peace. 4 hours for forced entry. Time kept ticking by, and Izuku felt the pressure mounting. He knew he couldn't stay at school much longer. He needed to prepare himself mentally and physically for what was coming. When classes ended, Izuku left the building without wasting any time. He decided to go down to the lower areas once more to look for something useful, but he didn't have much money, and looking for trouble at this point would be suicidal. As the sun began to set, Izuku stopped and looked toward the horizon. I'm going to get through this. Like everything before, he thought, gripping the knife with determination. No matter what this demon's window throws at me, I'm going to overcome it. With that determination, Izuku returned home, ready to rest and prepare for what was to come. 1 hour for forced entry. Izuku was in his room, checking his gear one last time. The knives, the construction rod, his notebook with notes and strategies. Everything was ready. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, trying to calm his mind. He knew he couldn't afford to hesitate. He had to be ready. Forced entry in 10 minutes. Izuku sat on his bed, waiting for the moment. He knew he couldn't avoid it. He could only prepare and face it. When the moment finally arrived, a blinding light enveloped him, and everything around him disappeared. Welcome to the E+ rank dungeon. Objective: clear the dungeon. Izuku opened his eyes and found himself in a completely different place. A dark, dense swamp, with trees that seemed to stretch on forever. The air was cold, heavy, and the silence was eerie. This place is the size of a stadium. A stadium can hold almost 100 people, so how many monsters are there here? He knew he couldn't stay still. He had to move, explore, and find whatever lives here. Holding the knife and the construction rod tightly, he moved forward cautiously. He knew he wasn't alone. Clicks. A dry, repetitive sound echoed in the distance, as if something with a hard shell was moving through the undergrowth. Izuku stopped in his tracks, staring into the fog. Something was approaching. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the bushes, a creature nearly 2 meters tall, with a body covered in a reddish exoskeleton and sharp claws on its arms. Its pitch-black eyes glowed in the darkness, and its jaws snapped eagerly. The images are not mine, all credits to their respective authors. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. So, this is what the monsters in this dungeon look like. The crab didn't wait. It launched itself at him with surprising speed, raising one of its massive claws to crush him. Izuku rolled to the side, dodging the blow just in time. The ground shook with the force of the impact. If he catches me with that, he'll tear me to pieces. Izuku adjusted his grip on the construction bar and counterattacked, slamming his might into the monster's side. The impact resonated, but barely left a dent in its shell. The crab squealed and spun around, lashing out with his other arm. Izuku barely managed to raise the bar in time to block it, but the force of the blow knocked him backward, landing on his back in the mud. Before he could recover, a second monster emerged from the mist. This one was smaller, slimmer, and faster, with long, sharp legs that moved swiftly, leaving furrows in the damp earth. It had a pair of vibrating antennae. 2 different monsters. The crab advanced again, raising its claw to finish him off. Izuku rolled to the side just as the blow landed, but the shrimp was already on top of him, trying to bite him with its claws. Izuku raised his building rod, deflecting the attack by inches, but the impact shot through his arms with sharp pain. I have to find a way to really hurt them. Concentrating, Izuku fixed his gaze on the crab. The shell is tough, but its joints. He launched himself at the monster's side, narrowly dodging another attack from the shrimp, and aimed with all his might at the space between the exoskeleton plates between its arm and torso. Crack. The blow resounded loudly. The creature squealed in pain, staggering. Izuku didn't miss his opportunity and struck again at the same spot. The construction bar sank in, breaking the joint and piercing some of its organs. The crab fell on his side, incapacitated. One less, now the other one is missing. The shrimp let out a high-pitched screech and lunged at him with renewed fury. Izuku gritted his teeth and readied his weapon. The shrimp moved with terrifying speed, his legs digging into the mud with each step while his antennae flapped, analyzing our green-haired man's every move. His jaws clicked eagerly, and his long, sharp tail rose, ready to strike. Izuku stood on guard, gripping the construction bar with both hands. His body was battered from fighting the crab, but he couldn't let his guard down. This monster seemed even more dangerous. If he catches me with those jaws or his tail, I'm finished. The shrimp launched its first attack, a swift, horizontal slash with its tail. Izuku jumped back, but the tail passed inches from his face, severing a strand of his hair. It's fast, too fast. Izuku tried to back away, but the monster was already upon him, launching another attack with its sharp legs. He had no choice but to raise his building bar to block. Clang! The impact was brutal. The force knocked him back several meters, his arms numb from the impact, but at least his weapon was still in one piece. The shrimp didn't give him time to recover. He spun around and whipped out with his tail. Izuku launched himself to the ground, rolling just in time to dodge. That disgusting thing entered my mouth. Before he could do anything else, the shrimp charged at him once more. If I don't find a chance to counterattack, he'll kill me. Concentrating, he observed the creature's movement patterns. It moved in quick but straight bursts, striking with precision and retreating before he could counterattack. But there was one thing he noticed. When it throws its tail, it stays open for a second. Izuku adjusted his grip on the bar and braced himself. The shrimp snapped its jaws and twisted its body again, raising its tail to deliver another killing blow. Now, Izuku narrowly dodged the attack and, in the same motion, launched himself forward with all his might. Holding the construction bar like a spear, he slammed it with all his might into the joint between the monster's torso and tail. Crack! The bar pierced the weak point, sinking deep. A high-pitched squeal echoed through the dungeon. The shrimp writhed in pain, his body convulsing. Izuku didn't let the opportunity pass him by. He grabbed the bar and swung it with all his might, tearing at the creature's internal tissues. The shrimp gave one last spasm and finally his body collapsed to the ground with a wet sound. Izuku stood there, breathing heavily. He looked around. The crab was motionless, its shell broken. The shrimp wasn't moving anymore. Enemies eliminated. Bounty in progress. Izuku felt a wave of heat run through his body. His skin tingled, and a message appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You've leveled up. Level 7. +5 stat points. He fell to his knees, his chest heaving with fatigue. But a smile spread across his face. He had survived, and he was stronger than before. Izuku didn't have time to celebrate. He'd barely caught his breath when more sounds began to echo through the fog. Clicks, thumps against the mud, the sound of multiple paws moving quickly. His battle had not gone unnoticed. Don't tell me that. The fog cleared a little, and he saw it. Approximately 20 monsters emerged from various vantage points, gradually surrounding him. Some were shrimp, like the one he had just killed, moving swiftly, their antennae vibrating with each step. Others were crabs, with enormous claws capable of splitting rocks. And among them, he noticed 3 centipedes, elongated, segmented beasts that slithered easily through the mud, with jaws capable of crushing flesh and bone. Izuku gripped the construction bar with one hand and the knife with the other. There's no way I can beat them fighting like this. Time for Plan B. Fuck off. Izuku ran in the opposite direction to most of the monsters, always keeping moving. The shrimp were the fastest, so they would be the first to catch up. As the first one lunged at him, Izuku slid through the mud, dodging its sharp legs, and used the momentum to plunge his knife into the soft spot between its head and torso. The monster screamed and began to convulse, but Izuku didn't stand by and watch the outcome. He yanked the knife hard and kept running. The other shrimp chased him, but Izuku already had a plan. He saw an area where the mud was deeper and ran toward it. Just as he expected, the shrimp, being fast but light, didn't sink too far, but the crabs, following close behind, were trapped. Now, Izuku spun around and unconsciously infused his daba with mana, sending a slashing blast that hit the head of one of the crabs, opening a crack in its shell. New skill, Air Slash Level 1. He took advantage of the moment to jump on his back, holding his building bar with both hands. Die. With all his strength, he repeatedly pounded the crack until the shell split, exposing the soft interior. Izuku plunged his knife directly into its vital spot, finishing it off instantly. The other crabs trapped in the mud struggled to free themselves, but Izuku didn't give them a chance. He jumped to the ground and used Slash again, weakening them even further. The centipedes took advantage of the chaos and quickly slithered towards him. Izuku barely had time to react when one of them leapt out of the mud, jaws wide open. He threw himself onto the ground on his back, holding the construction bar in front of him. The centipede bit into the bar, but couldn't break through. Izuku used all his strength to push the creature away, and with one swift motion, he plunged the knife into the base of its head. One less. The other two centipedes moved quickly, one trying to circle around him while the other attacked head-on. Izuku pretended to move to the right, but at the last second he turned to the left, dodging the attack and slamming his rod into the base of its segmented body. The centipede writhed, and at that moment, Izuku jumped onto its back and ran down its long body until he reached its head, where he plunged his knife deep inside. The last centipede tried to pounce on him, but Izuku used his newly fallen body as a platform to propel himself and spin in the air, landing right behind the monster. Before he could react, she hit him with her construction bar on one of his joints, snapping it, and then plunged the knife into his neck with all her force. The centipedes were dead, only a few shrimp and a couple of injured crabs remained. Izuku was panting, his body covered in sweat, mud, blue blood and what we assume is mud, but he couldn't stop. The first shrimp leapt at him. Izuku spun at the last second and sliced off one of its legs, knocking it to its side. Before it could recover, he rammed the construction bar into its head, ensuring it couldn't get up. The last enemies stood in place, as if they finally understood that their prey was not as weak as they thought. Izuku raised his weapon, his gaze fixed on them. Who's next? The two crabs, still stuck in the mud, tried to retreat, but Izuku didn't give them a chance. He jumped on one of them and plunged his knife into the crack in its shell, quickly finishing it off. The last shrimp tried to escape, but Izuku activated Slash once more, unleashing a blast of slashing energy that severed its hind legs. The creature fell to the ground, and with a final blow, Izuku finished it off. Silence returned to the swamp. Izuku was covered in monster blood, his body aching and his breathing ragged. I did it. Enemies eliminated. Bounty in progress. Congratulations. You've leveled up. Level 8, plus 5 stat points. Izuku fell to his knees, feeling fatigue take over him. I still have a long way to go. Now how do I explain this to Mom? Izuku took cautious steps, feeling the mud sucking at his boots with every movement. His body still ached, but the adrenaline kept him going. The swamp continued to stretch in all directions, with fog enveloping the twisted trees and the stagnant water reflecting his trembling silhouette. Remaining time for the dungeon, 4 hours and 25 minutes. He had no idea how far he'd come or how many monsters remained. However, one thing was certain. If there were more creatures like the ones he'd just faced, he couldn't afford to continue fighting without a plan. I have to find a safe place before another group of those bugs detect me. The sound of a distant dripping water made him stop. Instinctively, he crouched behind a thick root and waited silently. His eyes scanned the mist, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. But then, he felt it. A chill ran down her spine, a primitive instinct screaming that something wasn't right. The water in the swamp trembled slightly. Izuku held his breath. Something big is coming. The dripping sound turned into a more pronounced splash. Something was moving among the trees, its silhouette barely visible through the mist. It was enormous, taller than any monster I'd seen so far. Izuku forced himself to remain calm. Slowly, he moved his head to try to get a better look. And then, he saw it. Two bright, yellow, elongated eyes blinked through the undergrowth. The sound of his breathing was low and guttural, accompanied by a viscous gurgling. Izuku felt his pulse quicken. I guess that thing is the apex of the swamp. There was no other explanation. The size, the presence, the way the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier with his mere existence. The monster took another step, allowing its body to be partially revealed through the mist. It was a crustacean-like creature, but much more grotesque. Its shell was covered in algae and mud, with irregular segments that seemed fused with the remains of other crustaceans. Its legs were thick and ended in sharp points, capable of cutting through the mud with ease. And on his back, something was moving. Izuku felt a knot in his stomach as he noticed small bumps on its shell that were slowly contracting and expanding, as if something were alive inside them. I don't like that. The creature turned its head slowly, as if sniffing the air. Izuku felt his chance to hide slipping away. If I run, it'll make noise. If I stay here, sooner or later it'll find me. His options were limited. He could try to run away, but if the monster was faster, it would easily catch up with him. He could attack him by surprise, but if he failed to kill him immediately, he would be in a nearly unwinnable fight. I could wait and see if he passed by. Izuku gritted his teeth and made a decision. He stayed in his hiding place, controlling his breathing, pressing his body against the tree root. The monster remained in place for a few seconds that seemed eternal. Then, slowly, he turned in another direction. Izuku felt his body relax slightly. He's going to keep walking. If I wait a little longer, I'll be able to move without him seeing me. But just when he was convinced he was safe, a fist-sized insect emerged from the mud and landed on his arm. Izuku felt a chill. The bug moved clumsily over his clothes, searching for something. Izuku didn't move an inch. If I squash it, it'll make a noise. If I ignore it, it might sting me. The monster in the distance suddenly stopped. Izuku felt his skin prickle and without warning the insect bit him. Damn, Izuku said, squashing the bug without thinking. The yellow eyes shone brightly. The air seemed to become heavier. And then the creature turned sharply in their direction. Izuku didn't hesitate any longer. Shit, he stood up and ran. The monster let out a deafening screech and launched itself after him, moving with terrifying speed. Izuku ran with all his might, feeling the pressure of the monster behind him. Every step he took sank his feet into the mud, slowing him down, while the dungeon boss moved with terrifying ease despite its size. The creature's high-pitched screech pierced his ears, and he immediately felt a sharp blow to his back. Gah! The impact sent him tumbling forward, rolling on the muddy ground before colliding with a thick root. He gasped for a second, his vision blurring with pain. P.S. 57/70ths. Damn, he's fast. Izuku forced himself to his feet, barely managing to dodge one of the sharp paws that slammed into the mud where he had been a moment ago. The monster glared at him with its glowing yellow eyes, its shell covered in mud and seaweed. Its enormous jaws opened and closed with a menacing snap, ready to seize him at any moment. But what worried Izuku most were the lumps on his back. Now that he was closer, he could see they were moving faster and faster, as if they were about to burst. Izuku gripped the building bar tightly. I can't let you kill me. The monster advanced again, raising its massive right paw and unleashing a downward slash. Izuku jumped to the side, barely dodging it, and counterattacked with a sideways strike towards the nearest leg joint. Crack! The impact resonated throughout the swamp, and the monster squealed in pain. Its leg bent slightly, but didn't break. Izuku gritted his teeth. It's not enough to just hit. I need to find his Achilles heel. The monster didn't give him time to think. It moved its left paw quickly, trying to catch him. Izuku jumped back, but the clamp grazed his abdomen, tearing his uniform and leaving a shallow cut in his skin. Tisk. P.S. 43/70ths. The burning pain made him frown, but he couldn't stop. The dungeon boss lifted his shell slightly, and suddenly, the bumps on his back began to shake violently. They're going to explode. Izuku couldn't allow it. He rushed towards the monster with all his might, concentrating his energy into a single attack. Just before he could jump, the monster dug one of its paws into the mud and splashed a large amount of black sludge in his direction. What? The mud hit his face and eyes, momentarily blinding him. Izuku felt his body become unbalanced and fell to his knees. Damn, I can't see. The monster did not miss the opportunity. Izuku barely had time to react when he felt a brutal pressure on his left leg. P.S. 21/70. The monster's paw had caught him. The pain was immediate and excruciating. He felt his bone break. His vision cleared enough to see the monster's lipless grin, his body shaking with excitement at impending victory. But Izuku wasn't going to give up. Ignoring the pain, he lifted the bar with both hands and slammed it against the clamp holding it. Bang! The first blow made the metal vibrate. In retaliation, the crustacean began to apply more pressure. P.S. 17/70. Bang! The second blow caused the leg to break. Bang! P.S. 14/70. The third blow split her in two. Izuku crawled on his back, panting, as the monster screamed in pain. Now, taking advantage of the opportunity, Izuku stood up with his right foot and leaned on the bar. He forced himself and jumped onto the creature's shell. With the bar raised, he aimed directly at the bulges on his back. Just die, he hit with all his might. Boom! The lumps exploded in a shower of viscous fluids and deformed creatures. Small crustacean insects fell to the ground, writhing and emitting faint squeals before dying within seconds. The monster let out a scream of pure suffering. Izuku didn't give him time to react. He raised the bar once more and slammed it against the junction between the shell and the head. Crack! The shell was partially broken. Izuku screamed loudly and punched again. Crack! The monster staggered, its body shaking violently. A third blow. Crack! And finally, the shell split completely, exposing soft, pulsing tissue. Izuku didn't hesitate. With the last of his strength, he drove the tip of the bar directly into the opening. The monster let out a bubbling sound, and collapsed. You have defeated the dungeon boss. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds. Izuku fell backward, feeling his body collapse from exhaustion and the pain in his leg. As his vision darkened, he could only think of one thing. I survived, and in the blink of an eye, the dungeon was gone. Quest: complete a dungeon. Objective: clear a dungeon completely. Completed. Plus 500 Express. Level up. Plus stat points. You have obtained Basic Guide to Active Skills. Izuku woke up with a ragged gasp. His breathing was heavy, and his entire body ached like he'd been hit by a train. It took his eyes a few seconds to adjust to the dim white light where he was. Where is Izuku? His mother exclaimed when she saw him waking up. Her voice trembled between relief and distress. He turned his head with difficulty and the first thing he saw was his mother's worried face. Inko Midoriya was sitting next to his bed, her eyes swollen and her face pale. Looking more closely at the place, he noticed the white ceiling, the smell of disinfectant, the feel of clean sheets on his body. Everything seemed vaguely familiar. A hospital. Izuku tried to sit up, but a sharp pain in his leg made him gasp and fall back onto the pillow. Don't move so much, Inko said, holding his hand tightly. Oh my god, Izuku. What happened to you? Her voice trembled, and her hands were cold. Izuku had never seen her so scared. He tried to think, to remember. The swamp, the monsters, the enormous paw that almost split him in two. The pain in his leg brought back a vivid memory of the moment the monster caught him. But, the dungeon had closed. So how did I end up here? Mom, he murmured, his voice raspy. What happened? Inko sobbed, but forced herself to respond. When I got home, I found you passed out on your bedroom floor, her voice cracked. You had a blue substance covering almost all of you, you were covered in bruises, and your leg was swollen and facing your face. Izuku gulped. The dungeon beasts had left him worse than he thought. I called 911 the moment I saw you. They brought you to the hospital immediately. Inko wiped away her tears. The doctor said you have a broken leg, cracks in your ribs and hip, as well as several bruises. They're speculating that you were attacked by some villain with an arboreal mutation gift. What happened? Izuku opened his mouth, but stopped. I couldn't tell him the truth. I couldn't explain that I'd been fighting monsters in what I thought was a pocket dimension. He couldn't do that to his mother. So, with a tired expression, he muttered. Don't know. Inko looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and anguish. Don't you know, or don't you want to tell me? She repeated, her voice trembling. Izuku, Please, tell me the truth. Izuku looked down very distressed, feigning confusion. I don't remember well. Yesterday I went out for a walk for a while. It was about 3 hours and then I felt tired so I went back home and then I woke up here. Inko pursed her lips, clearly not believing him, but she didn't press further. Instead, she leaned down and tenderly stroked his forehead. It doesn't matter now, the important thing is that you're safe. Izuku felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes clouded over. He looked at the face of the only person who had been there for him the whole time, the one who always took care of him and treated him with love, and he paid her back with a spit of lies in her face. But I didn't want to worry her any more than she already was. Before I could say anything else, the door opened and a doctor walked in, a file in his hand. He was a middle-aged man with thin glasses and a professional expression, if you could call it that, on his enormous, skeletal head. Midoriya Izuku, I see you're awake, he said in a neutral tone as he reviewed his file. You're in luck, young man. Despite the fracture in your leg and the bruising, there's no serious internal damage, save for 2 screws we had to put in your broken leg. Izuku nodded slightly. Thank you, doctor. However, the doctor frowned and stared at him. There's something strange about your recovery. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Strange. The doctor closed the folder and crossed his arms. Your wounds are healing at an unusually rapid rate. The fracture in your leg is already showing signs of healing, and the bruises that should have taken weeks to disappear have vanished in less than a day. Inko opened her eyes in surprise and looked at her son. Is that good? He asked, a trace of hope in his voice. The doctor nodded slowly. We haven't found any reason to be concerned about his accelerated recovery, but it's rare. Especially for someone without a recovery-enhancing quirk. Izuku gulped. Is it because of my player status? The idea made sense. The system allows for significant improvement just by going up a level. Does your body also recover faster as a result? The doctor observed him carefully. We could run more tests on you, but if you keep healing at this rate, you could be out of the hospital tomorrow. Really? Inko asked, still worried. Yes, but he still needs to rest. The doctor looked at Izuku seriously. And, young man, if you remember anything about how you hurt yourself, let us know. If a minor is attacked and no trace of the attacker is found, that's something that should be reported to the authorities. Izuku nodded noncommittally. The doctor left the room, leaving Izuku alone with his mother. Inko sighed and squeezed his hand gently. I don't know what's going on, Izuku. But please, be careful. Izuku gave him a tired smile. I will, Mom. But in his mind, there was only one question. How strong can I get with this system? Izuku waited for his mother to leave the room to bring him something to eat before letting out a heavy sigh. He leaned back on the pillow and stared at the ceiling. Everything had happened too fast. The dungeon, the fight, the way his body was recovering. I leveled up, right? He remembered the notification that appeared just before he fainted. You have obtained Basic Guide to Active Skills. Guide. That sounds very promising. He tried to concentrate on those words, hoping something would happen. At that moment, he felt a slight buzzing in his head, and before his eyes, a book appeared floating on his system screen. It was a simple, gray binding with gold lettering on the cover. Basic Guide to Active Skills. Do you want to open the manual? Izuku swallowed and agreed. The book glowed slightly, and immediately, a series of texts began to unfold in his mind as if he were reading a digital document. Active skills and how they work. Active skills are techniques that can be used at the user's will, usually consuming MP. These skills can be offensive, defensive, supportive, or other. Recommendation. In most cases, as mentioned above, they use MP for their operation, so it is recommended to raise the intelligence statistic to improve the amount of MP and be able to use one or more active skills. Acquisition. Obtained by meeting certain requirements, training specific techniques, or leveling up. Activation. Can be used with mental commands or physical movements depending on the skill. Upgrade. Its power and efficiency increase with constant use and with the purchase of an upgrade ticket. Izuku read each paragraph carefully, memorizing the information. Active skills, that means I can learn special techniques over time. The concept was exciting and terrifying at the same time. So what skills do I have now? He opened his player status and checked his skills tab. Active skills. /LV. 1 right pointing arrow, a power slash that can be used as a ranged attack or to enhance cutting weapons. Cost. 5 energy per use. Izuku felt a spark of excitement. I have a new skill now. If I keep training, maybe I can learn more. The idea filled him with determination. He closed the screen and let out a sigh. His body was still sore, but his mind was already planning his next step. As the distant sound of the hospital hallways surrounded him, Izuku knew his journey was just beginning. Wait, it says it uses MP, so I need to get more. It wasn't very nice passing out from finishing it. I think I have some stat points to improve my intelligence. State. Izuku Midoriya, level 9, PS 70, MP 25, Strength 14, Speed 16, Resistance 7, Intelligence 5, Charisma 0. Available stat points 25. Titles. Martial Arts Apprentice. Skills. Iron Will level 2, Harness Nivel 2, Bojutsu level 2, Aikido level 2, level 3 Reinforcement, Cut level 1, ... I should check this more often. Izuku looked at his condition closely. The amount of skills he had acquired in such a short time seemed unreal. Aikido, Bojutsu, Harness. They're martial arts, and the reinforcement level has already risen to 3. They're all combat-focused skills, except for Iron Will. He wondered how much that ability had influenced his fight against the monsters. He probably wouldn't have survived without it. But the most important thing now is to improve my MP. He opened the point distribution section and thought carefully. His stamina was still low, but without enough MP, he wouldn't be able to use active skills when he needed them most. Assign 15 points to intelligence. Fuck off, I'm throwing the house out the window. No. He felt a slight pressure on his head, followed by refreshing relief. State. MP 100. Intelligence 20. Izuku gave a satisfied smile. With this I should be able to last longer using reinforcement. He still had 10 points left, but he decided to save them. He didn't know what would happen next, and it was better to have a backup in case of emergency, at least until he got more points. He closed the screen and let out a long breath. His body hurt less now. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing his body to relax. I don't want to, but now I know I'm not strong enough, not even to protect myself. I need to get back to a dungeon as soon as possible. But this time, I'll have more chances. With that last determination in mind, he reread the book and realized there were more pages. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a list of skills. /LV. 1 right pointing arrow, a power slash that can be used as a ranged attack or to enhance cutting weapons. 2. Reinforcement LV. 1 right pointing arrow temporarily increases the user's strength and endurance. 3. Sprint LV. 1 right pointing arrow increases the user's speed for a short period of time. Requires 6 megapixels per activation, lasts 5 seconds. How to get it? Run at top speed while trying to feel the energy flowing through your legs. With each stride, visualize the energy strengthening your muscles to propel you forward faster. 4. Detection LV. 1 right pointing arrow allows the user to discover everything around them in a certain area. Requires 10 megapixels per activation, 5-meter area. How to get it? Close your eyes and focus on the sounds, air, and energy around you. Try to expand your perception beyond your body, as if you were sending waves of energy in all directions. 5. Power Strike LV. 1 right pointing arrow, a concentrated strike that deals more damage than a normal attack. Requires 7 megapixels per use. How to get it? Before striking, focus on building up energy in your arm. At the moment of impact, it releases energy at a single point. 6. Relationship LV. 1 right pointing arrow increases health recovery and reaction speed for a short time. Requires 6 megapixels per activation, lasts 7 seconds. How to get it? Breathe deeply and block out all distractions. Focus only on your goal and the way the energy flows within you. 7. Observation LV. One right-pointing arrow allows you to analyze basic information about a target, such as its physical condition or approximate danger level. Requires 5 megapixels per use. How to get it? Stare at an enemy or ally while depositing mana into the eyes. Focus on small details, such as their posture, breathing, and energy changes. 8. Charge LV. One right-pointing arrow, a quick charge against a target to knock it down or destabilize it. Requires 9 megapixels per use. How to get it? Run forward with the intention of hitting your opponent with your entire body. Try to channel energy into your torso or legs to reinforce the impact. 9. Energy Manipulation LV. One right-pointing arrow allows you to channel energy in small amounts to enhance attacks or movements. Requires 3 megapixels for each action where it is used. How to get it? Close your eyes and concentrate on feeling the energy inside your body. Try to move that energy to a specific part, such as your hands or feet. Izuku read the list in amazement. So all these skills can be acquired with enough training and practice. If I wanted to improve, I already knew which skills I could try to acquire first. I definitely need energy manipulation and controlled breathing to improve my endurance. With a determined smile, she closed the guide and let out a sigh. I'm going out tomorrow. I think Mom will agree to me missing another day. Izuku carefully reviewed the list of basic skills in the guide. Several of them seemed useful, but the one that caught his attention the most was energy manipulation. Can I do anything else with my energy besides using boosts on myself or my attacks? If he could learn to control his MP more efficiently, he would avoid fainting like last time. Okay, let's try it. Until we can get out of here, I don't think I can do anything else. He closed his eyes and focused on his body. He could feel a kind of internal flow, a faint warmth running through his limbs. He focused on his right hand and tried to gather that energy into a single point. For a moment, his palm warmed slightly, but the effect disappeared within seconds. Tisk, seems it's not that easy. He tried several more times, but the result was the same. He only managed a slight tingle before losing all sensation. Maybe if I distribute the energy differently. Instead of concentrating on just his hand, he tried to draw it out of his body, as if he were holding something. This time, he felt a shift. His hands felt a small, warm sensation, and in the middle of his hand was a small, emerald green glow. It works. But as soon as he tried to move his hand, the energy disappeared completely. Ah, Izuku sighed. He was making progress, but he still had to learn how to keep the energy active without it dissipating. I'll have to keep practicing. He let out a sigh and closed the guide. He now had enough information to start training once his body recovered. For now, it was best to rest. He leaned back on the pillow, staring up at the hospital ceiling with a new determination in his eyes. I had discovered a new world of possibilities. Izuku opened his eyes slowly, feeling his body much lighter than before. He blinked a few times and turned his head, finding his mother asleep in a chair next to his bed, her face reflecting tiredness and concern. Mom, he murmured hoarsely. Inko Midoriya woke up at the sound of his voice. Her eyes widened in surprise before filling with relief. Izuku, what time is it? I asked, somewhat dazed. Izuku forced a smile. It must be around 8. Before Inko could respond, the door to the room opened and a doctor walked in with a folder in his hand. Midoriya-san, I see you're awake. That's a good sign. He looked over some papers and nodded. Your tests show an acceptable recovery. There's no reason to keep you any longer. You can leave today. Really? Izuku asked, a flash of surprise in his eyes. The doctor nodded. Yes, but I recommend you rest and avoid activities that require too much effort at least until tomorrow. Thank you, doctor, Inko said, still holding her son's hand as she bowed. As Izuku changed, his mother sighed in relief. Let's go home, Izuku. Izuku nodded. He was ready to get out of that hospital. Izuku and his mother left the room as a nurse handed them the latest medical paperwork and recommendations. The hospital hallway was quiet at that time of the morning, with only a few patients and staff pacing back and forth. Inko walked beside him, looking at him with concern from time to time. Mom, I'm fine. Izuku tried to reassure her with a smile. I know, Izu, he sighed. but seeing you in a hospital bed. Izuku felt a small knot in his stomach. He knew his mother had spent most of her sleepless nights worrying about him. I'm sorry. Inko shook her head and forced our green-haired man to bend down so she could gently ruffle his hair. Just promise me you'll be more careful. Izuku nodded. Shortly after, they left the hospital and were met with the fresh morning air. The sun was still high above the horizon, bathing the city in a warm light. Let's go home, Inko said with a tired smile. Izuku took a deep breath and took the first step out of the hospital. He had a lot on his mind, but for now, he had to practice. As they walked toward the station, Izuku clenched his fists slightly. His body had already recovered, and he knew he should make the most of his time. Izuku looked up at the sky as they boarded the train. He had only one thing on his mind: to start his training as soon as possible. The train moved smoothly along the tracks, its rhythmic movement keeping time with Izuku's thoughts. He stared out the window, not really seeing the scenery. His mind was elsewhere, reviewing everything he had learned. The skills, the use of mana, the existence of dungeons, it was all a new world, but also an opportunity. His fingers drummed impatiently against his leg. I don't have time to waste. My MP is still low, and although I now know how to improve, theory won't be of any use without practice. The train arrived at its stop, and Izuku and his mother walked down to the station. The fresh morning air cleared his mind a bit, but the anxiety remained. The walk home was silent. Inko seemed relieved to have her son back, but her worried expression didn't disappear. When they reached the apartment, she let out a sigh and looked at him gently. Get some rest, Izuku. If you go out later, I want you to let me know where you're going. I will, Mom. Izuku gave her a smile before heading to his room. He closed the door and fell onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. I have to do this right. I can't rush, but I can't stand still either. He closed his eyes and began to focus on his energy. Now that he had a better idea of how energy manipulation worked, he had to make sure he controlled it without wasting too much MP. This time, instead of trying to push it out all at once, he let it flow naturally through his body, slowly spreading to his limbs. A slight tingling ran through his fingers. Good, I can feel it more clearly now. He tried to move the energy toward his palm, holding it steady. For a few seconds, he felt a slight warmth, but when he tried to mold it into a specific shape, the sensation disappeared. Tisk, it's still not enough. He gritted his teeth. It was only his first attempt, but he didn't have time for mistakes. If he wanted to get stronger, he needed to perfect this skill as soon as possible. Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. I'm going to master this, no matter what it takes. Izuku's training continued in the solitude of his room. With each attempt, he felt the energy move more fluidly, but it was still clumsy and imprecise. It's not enough to feel it. I need to control it at will. Concentrating again, he imagined his energy as a thread of light running through his body, guiding it precisely toward his palm. This time, instead of releasing it suddenly, he tried to keep it contained. A faint greenish light flickered in his hand. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. It worked. The glow faded almost immediately, but she had managed to manifest it. Her heart was beating fast. If I keep training, I'll be able to use it in combat. A determined smile formed on his face. I had no time to waste. Acquired skill. Energy manipulation LV. 1. Allows you to channel energy in small amounts to reinforce attacks or movements. Cost. 3 megapixels per action. Izuku stared at the floating message with a mixture of excitement and relief. He'd done it. So, this is how it works. If he could improve this skill, he could reduce its MP consumption and make it more efficient. But that would come later. Now, the most important thing was to fully recover and prepare for what was coming. He closed the system window and let out a sigh. Tomorrow, his real training would begin. Izuku slowly sat up in bed, his body still feeling a little numb. He'd spent some MP on his attempts, but the thrill of seeing progress was worth every point spent. He stood up and stretched. He'd been inactive for too long, and his body was feeling the effects. But that would soon change. He took out his phone and checked the time. He still had plenty of time before it was too late. If I want to do this right, I need a proper place to train. He knew that practicing in his room had its limitations. He couldn't risk damaging anything, and he also couldn't move freely. Izuku grabbed a backpack and put in a water bottle and a towel. He left his room and saw his mother in the living room, flipping through a magazine. "Mom, I'm going out for a while." Inko looked at him with some concern, but nodded. "Just don't push yourself too hard, Izuku." "I know, I'll be back soon." Izuku stepped out of the apartment and breathed in the fresh evening air. His fate was already decided. The forest near the station should be perfect. Few people pass through there, and there's plenty of room to train. He quickened his pace. His real training was about to begin. Izuku walked briskly through the city streets. The sun was at its highest point, and the occasional breeze made the heat more bearable. Even though he was wearing a light jacket, he could feel sweat beginning to accumulate on his back. His mind, however, was elsewhere. "I have to improve. I can't rely solely on my physical strength." He knew his speed and strength were decent, but his stamina was still low. Furthermore, his control over energy manipulation was very new. He crossed a couple more streets until he finally reached his destination, the forest on the outskirts of the city. Years ago, the place used to be a playground, but over time, people stopped visiting it and it became neglected. Weeds grew between the cracks in the concrete, and the rusted remains of a swing set swayed gently in the wind. It was perfect. He looked around to make sure he was alone before dropping his backpack on a cracked cement bench. Okay, first, control. He got into position, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart and closing his eyes. Slowly, he inhaled and exhaled, trying to feel the energy within him. It was a strange sensation, like a tingling running through his veins, but this time he didn't try to force it. In his right palm, a faint greenish light flickered. Stay focused. He tried to mold the energy, to give it shape, but as soon as he tried to push it through his fingers, the light flickered and went out. Izuku frowned. "I keep losing control too quickly." He tried again. This time, instead of pushing the energy out all at once, he let it flow more gradually. The light appeared again, calmer. Izuku raised his hand and closed his fingers, trying to compress the energy into his palm. This time, the sensation lasted a couple of seconds longer before dissipating. It wasn't much, but it was progress. If I can keep it up longer, maybe I can get all the basic skills. He decided to try a more physical exercise. He walked toward one of the park's metal structures, an old rusty bar that was once part of a climbing frame. Izuku flexed his fingers and took a deep breath. "Let's see how much my strength has improved." He jumped and hung from the bar, feeling the tension in his arms and shoulders. Then, with a controlled movement, he began to do pull-ups. 1, 2, 3. His muscles were protesting a little, still recovering from his last fight, but he didn't stop. 4, 5, 6. When he reached 10, he came down with a slight gasp and shook his arms to relax them. "My strength is enough to support my weight easily, but my stamina is still a problem. If I don't increase it, I won't be able to sustain myself in a prolonged fight." He decided to combine his physical training with energy manipulation. This time, he closed his eyes and focused his energy on his legs. A greenish light swirled briefly around his calves before dissipating. Izuku gritted his teeth. "I need to make it last longer." He tried again. This time, as the energy covered his legs, Izuku bent his knees and jumped. To his surprise, his jump was almost twice as high as normal. Whoa! He wobbled a little as he landed, feeling a slight tingling in his legs. It definitely has potential. However, he noticed something worrying. MP-6. Using energy in my legs consumes more MP than I thought. If I keep this up, I won't have any left for a real fight. But that just meant he had to improve his efficiency. He spent the next hour alternating between strength exercises and energy control. With each attempt, he could feel the energy manipulation responding better to his commands. The light on his hands and legs became more stable. His movements became more precise. Finally, as the sun began to set over the horizon, Izuku slumped onto the cement bench, breathing heavily. His MP was almost depleted, but it was worth it. He opened the system interface and checked its status. Energy manipulation has risen to level 2. Izuku smiled. It's a good start. He stood up, picked up his backpack, and looked around once more before turning back toward the city. It was time to go home. The next morning, Izuku woke up, stretched slowly, and checked his status on the system interface. Izuku Midoriya Estate, PS. 70/70ths. MP. 100/100ths. Strength. 14. Speed. 16. Resistance. 7. Intelligence. 20. Charisma. 0. Stat points. 10. Skills. Energy Manipulation LV. 2. Reinforcement LV. 3/LV. 1. Iron Will LV. 2. Arnis NV. 2. Bojutsu Number. 2. Aikido NV. 2. He sighed and stood up to get ready. He was going back to school today. Izuku, come down and have breakfast before you're late. His mother's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Go. After a quick breakfast, he left home and took the train to high school. From the moment he entered the building, he noticed the looks on his classmates' faces. Some murmured among themselves, others simply ignored him, but one look in particular alerted him. Katsuki Bakugo was further down the hall, arms crossed and an annoyed expression on his face. Izuku looked away and continued walking towards his classroom. However, it wasn't going to be that easy. Just as he was about to enter the classroom, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder tightly. Hey, Deku. Bakugo's voice sounded calm, but Izuku knew that was never a good sign. Izuku slowly turned his head to look at him. What do you want, Katsuki? Bakugo's eyes narrowed. Do you have any guts now or what? First you act weird, more than usual, you disappear, then you come back like nothing happened, and now you're talking to me like this. Izuku felt a slight chill, but didn't back down. I just don't have time for your nonsense. The hallway fell silent. A few students stopped to stare. No one spoke to Bakugo like that without consequences. Katsuki's eyebrows furrowed and his hand clenched into a fist. What did you say? Useless. Izuku felt a tingling sensation in his palm. Without realizing it, he had activated his energy manipulation for a moment. He took a deep breath. He couldn't lose control here. I said I don't have time for this. He took a step forward, passing by Bakugo. But Bakugo wasn't going to let him go that easily. If you think I'm being silly, what do you think of this? Izuku stopped. That, you've been thinking you're something special lately, haven't you? Let's see how much you've changed. Some students whispered among themselves. A Bakugo massacre wasn't something you saw every day. Izuku closed his eyes for a second. He could reject it, but that would only make Bakugo chase him more. Also, part of him wanted to measure his progress. Izuku clenched his fists and turned to look him in the eyes. Okay, out in the backyard, the murmurs intensified. Bakugo smiled creepily. I like that. They both left the building, followed by a small group of curious students. Izuku exhaled and got into a fighting stance. Let's see how strong I've become. An inevitable confrontation. Izuku felt the tension in the air as he and Bakugo stared at each other in the school's backyard. The students formed a makeshift circle around them, murmuring with excitement and anticipation. Katsuki clicked his tongue and raised a fist covered in sparks. I'll crush you in less than a minute, Deku. Izuku didn't respond. He just adopted a fighting stance, his body relaxed but ready to move. Ding! A window appeared before his eyes. Mission activated. Combat Mastery. Objective: defeat Katsuki Bakugo in a head-to-head confrontation. Rewards: +2 resistance, +1 strength, question mark. Penalty for failure: regression to level 1. A mission with such a clear requirement. If I lose, I'll lose everything. He couldn't afford to fail. Bakugo didn't wait any longer. With a deafening boom, he propelled himself toward Izuku like a human missile. Boom! Izuku barely had time to react. He activated Boost LV 3 just before Bakugo appeared in front of him with a punch straight to the face. Take this, you damn nerd. Izuku crossed his arms at the last second. The blast hit hard, knocking him backward, but he managed to stay on his feet. His strength is still incredible. But there was no time to think. Bakugo spun in the air and launched another downward blast. Izuku jumped to the side, avoiding the attack, but the ground he was standing on cracked from the intensity of the blast. Boom! Dust and smoke rose in the courtyard. Stop running, Deku! Bakugo roared, moving quickly through the dust. Izuku felt the instinct to dodge, but instead of running away, he advanced towards him. I have to fight head-on. He used Aikido LV2 to redirect the next explosive strike, hitting Bakugo's wrist with precision. Tisk! Bakugo moved for another attack, but Izuku was already inside his guard. Taking advantage of his speed, Izuku slid his leg and swept Bakugo with an Aikido movement, making him lose his balance. Bastard! Bakugo fell to his knees, but before he could recover, Izuku activated /LV1 and struck his arm with a hand coated in invisible energy. Arg! The impact caused Bakugo to unleash an uncontrolled explosion, forcing him back and making a moderate cut on his forearm. Izuku exhaled. I can't give him a break. He ran towards him, but Bakugo reacted quickly. Don't think I'll let you do whatever you want. With a roar, he slammed the ground with both hands, releasing a massive explosion that covered the entire area. Boom! Izuku jumped back, but the shockwave caught him, shoving him violently to the ground. He rolled several times before stopping. P.S. 70 right pointing arrow 52. A chill ran through his body. He had suffered real damage. Bakugo emerged from the smoke, panting but with a wild grin on his face. Does it hurt, Deku? We're just getting started. Izuku gritted his teeth and stood up. I have to change the strategy. He activated energy manipulation LV2 and began channeling it into his body. This time, instead of distributing it evenly, he concentrated it all into his legs. Bakugo lunged again. Die! Izuku saw it coming and waited until the last second. Just as Bakugo was about to hit him, he disappeared from sight. What the? Izuku reappeared behind him with a speed he had never used before. Block! His energy-wrapped palm hit Bakugo's back hard. Coffee! Bakugo gasped and staggered, but didn't fall. He turned and fired a blast at point-blank range. Izuku blocked it with his arms, but was still pushed back several meters. P.S. 52 right pointing arrow 40. The students watched in amazement. Is Midoriya really fighting Bakugo on equal terms? Not only that, he's pushing it. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Don't fuck with me, you damn nerd. He hit the ground hard, creating a shockwave. Then he jumped and began spinning in the air. What are you doing? Then he saw it. Bakugo's palms glowed brightly as he spun like a tornado. This will destroy you, Deku. Howitzer impact. A massive explosion engulfed him as he sped downward. Izuku felt his instinct scream at him. If I receive that attack, I lose. But at that moment, something in his body changed. Ding! New skill unlocked. Sprint LV1. Drastically increases speed for a short period of time. Cost: 10 megapixels per use. Izuku didn't hesitate. Activated sprint. His body became blurry. The instant Bakugo hit the ground with a devastating explosion, Izuku was no longer there. Bakugo felt a chill. Izuku appeared beside her. SMI Turno, Katsuki. Powerful blow. With all the energy accumulated in his hand, he hit Bakugo's face with explosive force. Gah! Bakugo flew out and hit the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The courtyard fell completely silent. Izuku breathed heavily, watching his opponent. Bakugo tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. D-damn. Ding. Mission completed. Combat Mastery. Rewards obtained. +2 resistance. +1 strength. Special skill unlocked. Lightning Step LV1. Izuku looked at the screen in surprise. I did it. The students broke the silence with surprised murmurs. Midoriya won. He defeated Bakugo. Izuku exhaled slowly. This time, there was no doubt. He had surpassed Katsuki. For the first time in his life, he tasted freedom. He stood up, brushed himself off, and raised his arms in victory. What's going on here? And with that scream he froze in place. He knew everything had gone to shit. The teacher's figure entered the courtyard, his brow furrowed, his eyes blazing with fury. It was Vice Principal Tanaka, a plump man with a booming voice who had zero tolerance for trouble. Who's fighting in the school? he roared, scanning the chaos in the courtyard. The students stepped back, some pretending they hadn't been watching excitedly just seconds before. Izuku felt cold sweat run down his back. Bakugo, still on the ground, groaned in frustration and tried to get up, only to stumble. "It was them, Vice Principal," shouted a random student, betraying our duo without hesitation. Izuku felt a pang of betrayal, even though he didn't know exactly who he was. Tanaka crossed his arms, his gaze alternating between Izuku and Bakugo. "Midoriya, Bakugo, to my office, right now." Izuku gulped. He glanced at Bakugo, expecting the usual look of superiority, but this time, he only found silent fury. There was no pride on his face, only suppressed rage. "Great, now what do I do?" He took a deep breath and began walking behind the vice principal, with Bakugo following close behind. Behind them, the murmurs of the students filled the air. Are they going to be expelled? I doubt Bakugo will be expelled. But Midoriya beat him. That deserves something, right? Izuku ignored the whispers and kept his face straight, even though inside he was shaking like a pudding. Izuku and Bakugo walked silently through the school hallways, feeling the students' gazes on them. Vice Principal Tanaka led the way, not saying a word, but the tension in his back spoke volumes. When they arrived at the office, Tanaka pushed open the door and pointed to the chairs in front of his desk. "Sit down." They both obeyed without saying anything. Bakugo stood with his arms crossed, his face still twisted with rage. Izuku, on the other hand, maintained his neutral expression, but his mind was racing, analyzing the situation. Tanaka closed the door, sat down at his desk, and interlaced his fingers on the table. "Let me be very clear. I don't care what the reason behind this fight was, I don't care who started it or who won. Fighting on school grounds is prohibited. Do you understand?" Izuku nodded immediately. "Yes, sir." Bakugo just clicked his tongue and looked to the side. Tanaka slammed his fist on the table, causing them both to jump slightly. "I don't want any bratty brat behavior. This is serious, Bakugo." The blonde gritted his teeth and muttered, "Yes, sir," reluctantly. The deputy director sighed, massaging his temples. Vice Principal Tanaka watched them for a moment longer before leaning forward. "I'm going to call your parents." Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. He knew his mother hadn't expected anything like this from him, and while he wasn't sure how she would react, he didn't want to put her through that. Bakugo, for his part, frowned and clenched his fists tightly. Tanaka picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the first number. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Vice Principal Tanaka from the middle school. I need to speak with you about an incident involving your son." Yes, that's fine. "I hope to see you soon." Izuku swallowed. This was going to be a difficult conversation. Then Tanaka dialed the second number. "Mrs. Bakugo. This is Vice Principal Tanaka speaking. Yes, about Katsuki. There was a fight at school." "Yes, I understand. See you soon." Tanaka hung up and looked at them sternly. "We'll wait for your parents to arrive. Don't move from here." Izuku looked down, sensing the tension in the air. He knew his mother would be worried, but what worried him most was how she would react to what he'd done. Bakugo leaned back in his chair with his arms crossed, his brow furrowed in frustration and a nice purple eyeball growing where his right eye is supposed to be. It was very satisfying to imagine it. Time seemed to move slowly, but finally, the door opened and two figures entered the office. Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo. Inko's face was worried and she looked at Izuku in distress. Mitsuki, on the other hand, had her arms crossed in a stern expression, her gaze alternating between Bakugo and the vice principal. "And that drink. Shut up, witch. Hear you call me a witch, brat." Tanaka sighed and addressed the two of them. "Thank you for coming. Your children were involved in a fight. I want you to hear what happened." Izuku felt his stomach tighten. This was going to be complicated. Vice Principal Tanaka crossed his arms and looked at the two young men seriously. Midoriya and Bakugo got into a fight in the school's backyard, in front of several students. According to witnesses, Bakugo threw the first punch, and Midoriya responded by defending himself. Mitsuki sighed heavily and placed a hand on her forehead. "For God's sake, Katsuki!" he exclaimed in frustration. I can't leave you alone for a second without you causing trouble. He provoked me, Bakugo growled, pointing at Izuku angrily. That's not true, Inko chimed in, looking at her son with concern. Izuku, is it true? Izuku swallowed and nodded slowly. Bakugo attacked me first, but I didn't stay still. I fought back. Mitsuki clicked her tongue and smacked her son on the head. What did I tell you about going around hitting people, brat? Arg, you crazy old woman, stop hitting me. Shut up and accept your punishment, dwarf. Inko, on the other hand, looked at Izuku with eyes full of concern. Izuku, you never fight. Why did you do it this time? Izuku clenched his fists on his knees and looked down. Because if I didn't, I would never stop. The silence that followed was heavy. Mitsuki looked at her son with a raised eyebrow, while Inko sighed sadly. Tanaka narrowed his eyes. Regardless of the reason, what they did is prohibited. I won't expel them this time, but they'll have a formal warning on their records and will be under supervision. Mitsuki nodded. Okay, Katsuki, let's go home. We'll talk about this later. Tisk. Bakugo got up from his chair and left without another word, with Mitsuki following close behind him. Izuku also stood up, but Inko gently took his arm. Izuku, are you okay? He looked into her eyes and, for the first time in a long time, he felt stronger. Yes, Mom, I'm fine. Inko hugged him tightly. I don't want you to get into fights, Izuku. But, I'm glad you're standing up for yourself. I think it's best if you finish your classes now. Izuku closed his eyes and nodded. When they left the office, the halls were still filled with murmurs. But this time, Izuku walked with his back straight. He was no longer the same as before. Mission completed. Combat Mastery. Rewards. +1 Strength. +1 Resistance. Acquired Skills. Power Strike Level 1, Sprint Level 1. Title awarded. Persistent. Right pointing arrow reduces the impact of attacks when health is low. Izuku felt a strange warmth run through his body. A big smile graced his face. A small step, but a step nonetheless. A chat with Mom. The walk home was silent. Izuku walked beside his mother, feeling her worried gaze on him, but not daring to say anything. It wasn't common for Inko Midoriya to scold him, but it wasn't common for him to get into fights either. When they arrived at the apartment, Inko sighed and closed the door behind them. Sit down, Izuku, he said in a calm but firm voice. Izuku obeyed, sitting at the dining table. Inko stood for a moment, arms crossed, as if carefully choosing her words. Then, she sat down across from him. I want you to tell me the truth, he began. Why did you fight? Izuku gulped. It wasn't just because Bakugo had attacked him first. There was something else. Because, he paused, searching for the right words. Because I'm tired. Inko frowned. What are you talking about? Izuku looked down, his hands clenched on his knees. Bakugo has always bothered me, Mom. Ever since we were kids. But this time was different. He didn't just want to humiliate me. He wanted to prove that I had no right to stand in front of him. Inko watched him silently, absorbing his words. And that's why you decided to fight. Izuku took a deep breath and nodded. I didn't want to keep running away. I didn't want him, or anyone else, to decide for me what I can and can't do. Inko's face showed a hint of sadness, but also pride. Izuku, I don't want you to think you have to fight to prove your worth. I don't want you to get hurt. Izuku looked up and saw her smile sweetly. But, I understand why you did it. And I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself. Izuku felt a lump in his throat. His mother had always been overprotective, always worried about his well-being. But this time, she was acknowledging it. Just promise me something, Inko continued. Promise me that if you're ever in a situation like this again, you'll think before you act. I don't want you to get hurt. Izuku nodded firmly. I promise, Mom. Inko leaned down and wrapped him in a warm, comforting hug. I love you, Izuku, she whispered. Izuku closed his eyes and smiled. I love you too, Mom. I still had a long way to go. But for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was going in the right direction. After that conversation, Izuku felt lighter. It wasn't just because of his mother's hug, but because, for the first time, he'd put what he felt into words. He'd made a decision and stood by it. He couldn't help but smile. It was a small change, but one he felt reflected within him. "I'm going to my room, Mom. I want to rest a little." "It's okay, Izuku," Inko replied with a smile. As he lay down on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, his mind calm. He had learned something important that day. Standing up for himself didn't mean becoming violent, but rather recognizing his own worth. New mission. Imminent threat. The villains have begun to wreak havoc on your city. Find a villain. Stop your activity, no matter which method you choose. Rewards. +2 to a random attribute. +10 charisma. Go up to level 10. Title. Vindicator. Right pointing arrow reduces damage taken in confrontations with malicious beings. Forced activation in 25 hours. Give me a break. Annoyed and out of patience, he settled into his bed and pulled the covers up to his head. Izuku woke up the next day to the sound of his alarm clock, an unbearably loud sound that seemed to reflect the heaviness of the previous night. He hadn't slept much, but at least he'd gotten some rest, enough to clear his thoughts. His mother's face was still fresh in his mind, acknowledging his efforts and supporting him despite the fight with Bakugo. He checked the time. There were still a few minutes left before he had to leave for school. But a new mission awaited him, and he couldn't ignore it. Izuku didn't know if he was ready to face whoever was causing chaos in the city, but it wasn't like he had any other choice. He knew that, somehow, he had to move forward. He got out of bed, feeling a little changed. Putting on his school uniform, Izuku paused for a moment in front of the mirror, taking a closer look. He realized how much he'd grown, not much, but about 2 centimeters. He looked at himself thoughtfully. He glanced at the notification for the new mission. Stop a villain, no matter the method. The rewards gave him a small hope that his efforts wouldn't be in vain. However, why is reaching level 10 a reward? He went downstairs and found Inko in the kitchen, making him breakfast as usual. She looked up and watched him with a soft gaze, as if she could read everything. He didn't need to ask, but Izuku knew she would anyway. "Is everything okay, Izuku?" Inko asked, her eyes glued to the pan. "Yes, Mom," he replied, forcing a smile as he picked up his backpack and walked over to the table. The atmosphere was warm, but something inside her told her that everything could go to shit very quickly. After eating breakfast in silence, Izuku walked out the door with renewed determination. The cool morning air hit him as he left the apartment, but it wasn't enough to erase the feeling of unease that was creeping through him. He walked leisurely toward his destination, the high school. When he arrived at school, the students were already outside, gathering before the day began. Murmurs and laughter filled the air, some staring at him, but Izuku couldn't focus on any of it. His mind was elsewhere, on the mission that awaited him. As soon as he arrived in his classroom, he sat down at his desk and put his backpack aside. He felt a strange mix of excitement and nervousness, as if he were about to take a step into the unknown. The day passed slowly. Classes felt more distant than usual, as if everything was on hold while he waited for the signal. The imminent threat mission would be activated that night. During the break, Bakugo didn't approach him. After the fight, he seemed more withdrawn than usual. Izuku didn't know if it was out of guilt or anger, but he decided not to seek him out. He had enough on his mind. When the last bell rang, Izuku stood up and left the classroom, heading for his next destination, the chaotic city. He felt like this was where it would all begin. As he left the school, he stopped. Nothing was out of the ordinary, but something in the air seemed heavy. So a security guard. I just hope I don't have to risk my life again. Izuku frowned. There was no point in wandering around unprepared. If he was really going to face a villain, he should at least be prepared. Without delay he took the road back home. The sun was already setting when he arrived home. Inko hadn't returned from work yet, giving him the perfect amount of time to get ready without raising suspicion. He entered his room and locked the door. He knelt beside the bed and reached under it, feeling the cold metal of his makeshift weapon. He pulled out the build bar and held it firmly. It still had blue flecks decorating it. It wasn't anything special, but you could tell it was his. Time remaining until mission activation, 37 minutes. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, let's do it. With his gun in hand, He was ready to step back into the outside world, ready to face whatever came. Izuku stopped just before leaving the apartment. He couldn't just walk out like that, in his school uniform. If someone recognized him, it would be a huge problem. He returned to his room and checked his closet. He hadn't really planned anything for this, but he'd have to improvise. He put on a black hoodie and dark pants. He pulled the hood over his head and grabbed a mask he found lying around, the kind they used in winter. It wasn't the best disguise, but at least it gave him some anonymity. He grabbed his gun at the ready. He looked at himself in the mirror before going out. Damn, I look like a serial killer. He grabbed the construction bar and tucked it into the sleeve of his sweatshirt, holding it with his arm. He didn't want to attract attention by walking around with it in his hand. Time remaining until mission activation, 25 minutes. Izuku left his house, closing the door behind him. He headed toward the city with firm steps, feeling the tension growing in his chest with every passing second. Night fell over the city, and with it, the atmosphere grew heavier. Izuku walked through less crowded streets, his footsteps echoing on the pavement as he made sure not to attract attention. Every flickering streetlight and every shadow in the alleyways made her heart beat a little faster. She didn't know exactly where or when the villain would appear, but she trusted the system to give her a signal when it was time. Time remaining until mission activation, 3 minutes. Izuku took a deep breath and gripped the construction bar hidden under his hoodie. His mind raced over what he knew so far. A villain is causing chaos. It's dangerous enough for the system to consider it a threat. You can't afford to fail. Time remaining until mission activation, 0 minutes. Just then, a notification appeared in his vision. Mission, imminent threat, activated. Objective, arrest the villain. Location marked on the map. A small minimap appeared in the corner of his vision, marking a purple dot a few blocks away. Izuku gulped and began to pace briskly. The night air hit his face as he weaved through the streets, dodging the few pedestrians still out there. The sign led him to a less lit area, near an area of abandoned warehouses and storage units. As he drew closer, a strange noise began to fill the air. A constant, tingling sound. Izuku stopped at the corner of a building, hiding while spying on the scene. There was a figure in the middle of the street, standing under a flickering streetlight. She wasn't alone. Around her, the ground seemed to be moving. No, it wasn't the ground. They were insects. Thousands of them, wriggling and crawling in all directions. The villain had his face covered with a mask, but his neck was exposed, and from there, Izuku watched as the ants poured out, falling from his skin like a living river. What's the deal with invertebrates? He murmured, feeling his body tense. The fight was about to begin. Izuku gritted his teeth. That villain wasn't a simple criminal. His quirk gave him a terrifying advantage. Not only did he have control over those ants, but they seemed to be an extension of his own body. The villain tilted his head slightly, as if he had noticed her presence. What do we have here? His voice sounded raspy, accompanied by the incessant buzzing of insects moving. Without giving him time to react, he raised a hand and the ants spread like a dark wave in Izuku's direction. Shit! Izuku jumped back, rolling on the ground as insects covered the spot where he'd been a second before. Without a second thought, he got up and ran to the side, trying to find a blind spot. The ants chased him, moving as if they had a mind of their own. They climbed the walls and spread across the floor like a living tide. Izuku clicked his tongue. If they catch me, I'm screwed. He pulled the construction bar out of his hoodie and held it tightly. He needed to get closer before the villain completely surrounded him. Izuku abruptly changed direction and ran straight at his opponent. The villain seemed slightly surprised, but he simply snapped his fingers and more ants emerged from his neck, launching themselves at Izuku in an attempt to block his advance. But Izuku wasn't going to stop. Sprint. He pushed off with all his might, dodging to the side and slipping under a cloud of insects. At the last moment, he twisted his body and swung his construction rod straight at the villain's legs. Clang! The impact resounded, but the villain jumped back just in time to avoid the full blow. You've got guts, kid, he said with a crooked smile. But you overestimate yourself. Izuku felt a chill when he noticed that, although he had managed to get closer, the ants were already surrounding him. Damn, I didn't think of this. The villain reached out, and in an instant, the ants jumped on Izuku, covering his left arm and shoulder. Arg! A stabbing pain ran through his body. The ants were biting him, tearing away small portions of his clothing and skin. Izuku clenched his jaw. He couldn't panic. With his right arm, he banged the construction bar against the ground, trying to shoo the insects away. Some of them moved away, but many remained stuck. The villain laughed. Looks like this will be over faster than I thought. Izuku ignored him. In his mind, he was searching for a way out. He had to find a way to hit without getting caught again. Izuku took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the construction bar. The pain in his left arm was unbearable, but he didn't have time to grieve. If he stayed still, he'd be eaten alive. I can't let them catch me. His eyes darted around, analyzing the situation. The ants were fast, but they didn't seem autonomous. They were simply following the villain's orders. If he could attack before they reorganized, he might have a chance. With a grunt, he used all his strength and violently shook his left arm, crushing some of the ants against his own clothing. Some fell to the ground, crushed, but others remained clinging. It's not enough. Izuku made a risky decision. He grabbed the sleeve of his hoodie with his right hand and pulled hard, ripping it off completely along with the ants still biting him. The burning of his exposed skin was unbearable, but at least he was rid of most of the insects. The villain clicked his tongue. Smart, but not smart enough. Without wasting any time, he extended both hands, and a new wave of ants shot out from his neck. This time, they weren't just attacking, they were forming a sort of wall between him and Izuku. Izuku knew that if he backed down, he'd be cornered. So he did the opposite. Booster. He gripped the building bar and jumped with all his might, twisting his body in the air. Take this. With a downward swipe, the bar struck the ground in front of him with such force that it split the pavement and created a small ripple. The impact was enough to scatter some of the ants and open a small gap in the villain's barrier. Now, Izuku shot forward, passing through the opening before the insects covered it again. The villain barely had time to react before Izuku was right in front of him. The build bar moved with speed. Ha! The blow went straight to the stomach. There was a dull sound as metal met flesh, and the villain doubled over, coughing. Izuku didn't give her any breathing space. With another swing, he swung the bar and struck the side of the villain's head. This time, the impact was strong enough to make him stagger and fall to the ground. The ants, with no clear direction, began to disperse. Some still moved erratically, but they no longer attacked with the same coordination. Izuku gasped, watching the villain struggling to get up. No, I'm done, he muttered with a bloody smile. Izuku stared at him. His body ached, his breathing was heavy, but he couldn't let his guard down. Then I'll keep going until you are. He raised the build bar once more, ready to continue. P.S. 57/80ths. Izuku didn't give the villain time to react. He gritted his teeth and raised the construction bar over his head, ready to land another blow. But then, the villain did something strange. Tisk! I can't lose here. With a crooked smile, he gripped the ground with both hands, and suddenly, hundreds of ants emerged from the cracks in the pavement. But this time, instead of attacking Izuku, they clustered around the villain's body, covering him like living armor. Izuku took a step back, feeling a chill. This has to be a joke. The villain's voice sounded distorted from within the mass of insects. I don't care who you are, brat. I'm not going to let you defeat me that easily. With a scream, he propelled himself forward, his ant-covered legs moving with inhuman speed. Izuku barely had time to react before a bug-covered fist flew towards his face. Shit, he leaned to the side just in time, feeling the sharp air of the blow graze his cheek. He didn't have time to rest. The villain spun around and launched a spinning kick, the ants wrapping around his leg like a living blade. Izuku ducked, narrowly avoiding the attack. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, the villain was on top of him again. Don't fuck with me. Izuku blocked the next blow with the construction bar, but the impact was brutal. He felt the vibration run through his arms and almost dropped the now bent weapon. Damn, he's stronger now too. The fight had changed pace. Before, the villain had used his ants to overwhelm him with numbers, but now he was using his own body as a weapon. Izuku took a deep breath and activated his combat state. Sprint. He propelled himself backward, away from his enemy. I can't fight head-on, he'd break my bones if he hits me properly. His mind was racing. The ants were protecting him and making him faster, but they probably had a limit. Izuku just had to find it. His eyes moved quickly, analyzing every detail. The neck, he whispered. The villain had his body covered, but the area where the ants came out was exposed. Izuku gritted his teeth. If I want to win, I have to take risks. He took a breath and, without hesitation, ran straight towards the villain. The enemy smiled, believing Izuku had gone mad. That's it, come here and die. He threw a punch straight at Izuku's face. But Izuku didn't stop. At the last moment, he leaned his body and slid his foot across the pavement, reducing friction and slipping under the impact. The villain barely had time to react when Izuku turned around and the build bar moved in a precise arc. It hit the villain's neck directly. The impact was brutal. The villain grunted and staggered, feeling the ants on his neck crumble, losing control from the blow. Izuku didn't miss the opportunity. Another blow, this time in the same spot. The villain fell to his knees, his ants beginning to scatter. Izuku breathed heavily, lifting his barbell one last time. It's over. With all his strength, he delivered a final blow. Ha ha. The villain fell to the ground, unconscious. The ants scattered completely, losing their connection to him. Mission completed. Rewards received. +10 charisma, level increased to 10, new features unlocked. Izuku barely had time to read before his body fell back, exhausted. I had one, but he could hardly move. I have to go. I hope I don't have to pick at any more bugs, he muttered. Slowly he stood up. Sirens could be heard in the distance. He turned around and disappeared into the shadows, leaving the criminal unconscious on the ground. The night was still young, so I had some time to see everything new. Izuku sighed, staring at the villain's unconscious body. He couldn't leave him there, but he didn't want to linger at the scene any longer either. Why did Mom raise me so well? Making sure no one saw him, he hoisted him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and walked quickly away. The place quickly changed to an apartment complex. He stopped in a dark alley, far enough away to avoid being found immediately. He dropped it to the ground without much delicacy and stretched his back. Sorry, I can't do more. Just as he was about to leave, a new window appeared in front of him. Activating graduation protocol. Congratulations, player. Your trial period is over. From now on, you'll have access to all features. Inventory, store. You are now subject to the player's laws. Izuku blinked. What? Before he could react, more text began to unfold in front of him. The player's laws have been activated. From now on, the player will not be able to interact directly with non-players in a way that violates the established rules. Rule 1. You may not interact directly with a non-player. Rule 2. You cannot intentionally injure a non-player. Rule 3. You cannot give inventory items to a non-player. Rule 4. You may not reveal system information to a non-player. Rule 5. To ensure the survival of new players, fights between players with a level difference of 10 or more are prohibited. Rule 6. If you attempt to violate these rules, you will be paralyzed and transported out of the situation. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, what? I can't talk to Mom anymore. He tried to touch the screen, but his hand went right through it as usual. Basic functions have been activated. Inventory. Personal space where you can store objects without weight limit. Shop. A market where you can purchase items with system currency. Curious, and unable to fully process the laws, he continued, opening the inventory. A new window appeared with an empty grid, save for a single item. Reward card. Description. Can be exchanged for a product in the store. Product. He didn't have time to think about it too much when a new message emerged. Izuku felt like his mind was going to explode. It's too much, give me a break. He looked at the villain on the ground, unconscious and ignorant of everything that had happened. I think I'm done here. Without wasting any more time, he disappeared into the night. Now he had many new things to understand. As he jumped from one building to another, trying to process all the information he had received, a new window appeared before his eyes. New mission. Choose your path. You've survived your time as a novice and now have access to the system's basic functions. However, a true player needs a defined path. Aim. Complete the challenge. Rewards. Unlocking skills related to the chosen profession. Stat bonus depending on profession. Once you've chosen one, changing your profession will be almost impossible and will have repercussions on your growth. Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Profession. Izuku swallowed. What he did now could define his future. Before he could react, the surroundings distorted. The city vanished and was replaced by unfamiliar terrain. A vast battlefield stretched out before him, with destroyed structures and the sound of wind whistling through the rubble. Izuku clenched his fists. This is going from bad to worse. There was no turning back. If he wanted to move forward, he had to prove what he was made of. Without warning, a metallic figure emerged from the rubble. A nearly 2-meter-tall mechanical enemy, with a body of worn steel and blades for hands, advanced toward Izuku with heavy steps. Clang, clang. Izuku barely had time to react when the machine leapt at him, swinging one of its blades in a downward arc. This has to be a fucking joke. I just finished fighting, and now they send me against another enemy. He rolled to the side, feeling the sharp wind pass by his cheek. The blade dug into the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Without hesitation, Izuku drew one of his daggers and lunged forward, aiming for what looked like an exposed joint on the enemy's knee. Clank. The blow barely left a scratch. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Really? How tough is this thing? The enemy responded with a quick sweep of his other blade. Izuku barely managed to block it with the dagger he'd taken from the goblin. Crack. The dagger trembled in his hands, but held. However, the hilt was shattered and the blade was slightly bent. My dagger, I have to find a way to hurt you. The enemy surged toward him once more. Izuku narrowed his eyes, analyzing every movement. If his current weapons weren't working, he'd have to change his approach. He took a deep breath. Okay, let's try something new. With his dagger in one hand and the rod in the other, Izuku prepared to attack. The enemy didn't give him time to plan further. He lunged at him with both blades forward, seeking to slice through him in a single movement. Izuku jumped to the side at the last second, feeling the gust of wind behind him as the blades flew by, but still managed to make a large, shallow cut across his abdomen. Without missing a beat, he spun around and slammed his slash into the back of the enemy's knee. Clang. The impact wasn't enough to knock him off his feet, but the metallic sound and slight wobble of the machine gave him an idea. Ah, the joint. The enemy spun with inhuman speed, slashing in a wide arc. Izuku could barely raise his slash to block. Crack. A new crack ran through the metal. Izuku gritted his teeth. He couldn't take another hit. His mind raced. If the bar was damaged, maybe he could use that to his advantage. It's not a weakness, it's an opportunity. With a deep breath, Izuku propelled himself forward, dodging another lunge. He slipped under the enemy's arm and, with all his strength, slammed his own bar into the exposed joint. Crack. The bar broke in two, but not before embedding itself in the enemy's knee. ZZT. The enemy staggered. His leg gave way for a second, and in that moment of vulnerability, Izuku saw his opportunity. Quickly, he picked up both halves of the broken bar. One was still sharp, the other was splintered with metal. An improvised weapon. Let's go. With a dagger in one hand and the broken bar in the other, Izuku lunged once more. The enemy didn't give him time to plan further. He lunged at him with both blades forward, seeking to slice through him in a single movement. Izuku jumped to the side at the last second, feeling the gust of wind behind him as the blades flew by. Without missing a beat, he spun and slammed his slash into the back of the enemy's knee. Clang. The impact wasn't enough to knock him off his feet, but the metallic sound and slight wobble of the machine gave him an idea. Ah, the joint. The enemy spun with inhuman speed, slashing in a wide arc. Izuku could barely raise his slash to block. Crack. A new crack ran through the metal. Izuku gritted his teeth. He couldn't take another hit. His mind raced. If the bar was damaged, maybe he could use that to his advantage. It's not a weakness, it's an opportunity. With a deep breath, Izuku propelled himself forward, dodging another lunge. He slipped under the enemy's arm and, with all his strength, slammed his own bar into the exposed joint. Crack! The bar broke in two, but not before embedding itself in the enemy's knee. ZZT. The enemy staggered. His leg gave way for a second, and in that moment of vulnerability, Izuku saw his opportunity. He quickly moved away with one half of the broken barbell. One was still sharp, the other was embedded in the machine's knee. An improvised weapon. Let's go. With a dagger in one hand and the broken bar in the other, Izuku lunged once more. Izuku ran straight toward the enemy, feeling the adrenaline pumping in his chest. He didn't have time to think too much. His body moved on instinct. The automaton reacted, launching a horizontal slash with its right blade. Izuku ducked at the last second, feeling the air slice across his cheek as the blade swiped past. It's now or never. With the dagger in his left hand, he stabbed into the enemy's elbow joint, where the metal plates had a small gap. A spark flew as the blade sank into the internal circuitry. The enemy attempted to counterattack with his other arm, but Izuku used the pointed half of the broken rod to block the attack, deflecting the blade with a metallic screech. ZZT. The automaton's arm faltered for a second. Izuku didn't miss the opportunity. Crack! He slammed the splintered end of the bar down on the enemy's head with all his might. It wasn't sharp, but the brute force was enough to dent the machine's hull. The automaton hesitated. Its movements became erratic. Izuku didn't stop. He pulled the dagger from the enemy's elbow and, with a quick twist, plunged it into the base of his neck. Beast! Sparks flew. The automaton fell to its knees, its systems failing. Its eyes flashed red one last time before shutting down. Thud! The body collapsed inert to the ground. Izuku was breathing heavily, his heart pounding in his ears. His hands were shaking, covered in sweat and small wounds. And then, weapons break, tools wear out, but he who understands steel is never defenseless. It is not the sword that makes the warrior strong, but the effort. Congratulations. Mission completed. A window appeared in front of him. You have obtained the profession, blacksmith. Izuku blinked, breathless. Izuku stared at the window in front of him in disbelief. You have obtained the profession, blacksmith. The battlefield around him began to fade. The debris, the whistling wind, even the automaton's inert body vanished in the blink of an eye. Before he could process it, he felt a slight tug in his stomach, and in an instant, the city fell back into place. Izuku staggered, trying to regain his balance. What just happened? He took a deep breath, still feeling the burning pain of the cuts on his body and the swelling on his arm from the ants. His makeshift weapons were gone, but his broken dagger was still in his hand. F for the iron bar, crying face. A new window appeared. As a new blacksmith, you gain the skills. Repair LV. 1 allows you to repair tools, weapons, and armor using the appropriate materials. Basic crafting LV. 1 allows you to craft simple items as long as you have the necessary materials. Izuku blinked. His gaze focused on the new skills. He tried activating repair on the damaged dagger. Error. You do not have the necessary materials to repair this item. His face twisted. Don't fuck with me, he sighed, letting his arms fall. It seemed his new profession gave him no immediate advantage in combat. He couldn't reforge metal from thin air or fix his weapons just by touching it. He rubbed his face in frustration. Great, and I thought maybe they'd give me something useful like, I don't know, a fire sword. He took a deep breath. Okay, if I can't do anything now, it means I have to prepare better. He looked at his blistered hands. During the fight, he'd already improvised with broken materials. If he could understand how his ability really worked, maybe he could put it to good use. I'll have to get some materials. Everything seemed normal, except now I had a profession. He slumped onto the concrete, letting out a long breath. Will I need a workshop? I'll have to make a list. First, I needed to understand how his profession worked. What materials were used? How did he get them? If he couldn't simply magically repair things, then he had to get scrap metal, tools, or metals. Second, if he wanted to improve, he had to train. Not in combat. His profession didn't seem to help with that, but in how to best use items. I just hope the surprises are over. Before he could continue thinking about his new situation, another window appeared before him. You have won the unique opportunity. Unique skill roulette. I'm taking that. In front of him appeared a large floating roulette wheel with different names inscribed on each section. The needle at the top trembled, ready to spin. He was able to read some of the names. Dragon's Blood. Devour Destinies. Walker of Oblivion. Divine Craftsman. 3D Stomach. Rich Coward. Cuckold. There were many more, some in languages I didn't even recognize, and it was so big it dwarfed the city. Before I could think about it too much, the roulette wheel started spinning on its own. Izuku gulped as the names scrolled by too fast to read. Until, finally, the needle stopped. You have obtained the unique skill, Ignorant. Izuku felt his stomach sink. Yes, he closed his eyes, trying to calm down and praying that there would be no more. What the hell does that mean, Ignorant? He tried to tap the screen to get more information, but all that appeared was another message. The effects of Ignorant, ignore. Izuku felt a twitch in his eye. You're fucking with me. First, they turned him into a blacksmith, taking away any fighting ability. Now, they gave him a mysterious ability with a name that sounded more like an insult than a power. And what am I supposed to do with this? Forget things faster. Win arguments on the internet. He sighed, running a hand over his face. He wanted to get angry, but he was already too exhausted. The window disappeared by itself, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Well, I can't do anything about it now. He shook his head and stood up, his body still aching. Before he could take a step, a familiar noise made him stop. Ding! Main quest has been updated. Izuku felt a chill before reading the new notification. Main mission. Adapting to a new world. Explore the functions of your new career. 0/1. Learn how to use your unique ability. 0/1. Reward. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote question mark. They don't even tell me what I win. If one thing was clear, it was that this system had a twisted sense of humor. With one last glance at the floating screen, Izuku began walking. Deep in thought, Izuku began walking down the street, his mind reeling from doubt. What is this skill supposed to do? Why does it do? Ignorant. Does it have something to do with my profession? Then, without realizing it, he crashed into someone. At the moment of impact, a red window appeared before his eyes. Warning, warning. You have attempted to physically interact with a non-player. According to player laws, such action is prohibited. Restrictions apply. Another window popped up, interrupting the previous message. Unique skill, Ignorant, has lifted the restriction. Izuku blinked. The pedestrian who had collided with him took a step back, shaking his shoulder as if nothing had happened. Hey, watch where you're walking. Izuku froze. Not only had he touched it, the system had tried to block it, but his ability ignored it. His skin prickled. The man looked at him with a frown. Did you freeze or something? He snorted before shaking his head and continuing on his way. Izuku stood still, his mind racing. Did I ignore the law? He took a deep breath. This wasn't just another skill. If he could really break the system's rules, then. Can I see Mom, right? And without further ado he ran home. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a solitary figure was checking his notifications. Seeing the alert, a look of curiosity crossed his face. Security notice. An anomaly has been detected in the player's laws. The message floated in front of him, but what really caught his attention was the following line. Source of anomaly. Unique ability, Ignorant. A big, deformed smile appeared. The balance of the world is about to change. The player closed the notification. Whoever's out there, call all the pioneers and the top 10. In different parts of the world, different figures received the same warning. And, one by one, they began to gather. Izuku arrived home with his heart pounding. As soon as he opened the door, he felt a lump in his throat. Mom, she cried, her voice cracking slightly. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the kitchen. Izuku. Inko's voice sounded relieved before she appeared in the hallway. Her face went from worried to overwhelming relief in an instant. Without hesitation, she ran over and hugged him tightly. I was so worried. You told me you'd be back early and it's almost midnight. Her voice trembled, but she stopped when she felt the stiffness in her son's body. Izuku was hugging her, his mind raced. If the player's law still applied, this contact shouldn't have been possible. That certainty hit him like a train. I can touch you. Inko blinked, not understanding. Of course you can, honey. What are you saying? Izuku pressed his lips together and hugged her tighter. Nothing, Mom, it's just my ideas. This system, this world, there were rules that separated players from others. He had ignored them. Ignorant. Now I understood why that ability had such a ridiculous name. He just acted like there were no rules. He swallowed and slowly separated from his mother. Inko looked at him worriedly. Izuku, are you okay? You look exhausted. Oh my god, your arm, what happened to you? It's all swollen and you have so many cuts. He nodded, forcing a smile. Yeah, it was just a complicated day. I fell into an anthill. Well, sit down. I'll heat up your dinner. Izuku nodded and slumped down on the table, his mind still processing everything. This changes a lot of things. If the system rules couldn't affect him, then he couldn't just touch non-players. Could he tell his mother about the system? What else could he do? I'm going to need to run some tests. But, before that, I needed to eat. And sleep. Tomorrow, he would find out how far he could take this. Unknown location. In the dimness of a vast underground chamber, the silhouettes of 17 figures slowly materialized. The only light source was the holographic projection of the data collected by the system. In the center, the notification that had prompted the call floated. Security notice. An anomaly has been detected in the player's laws. Source of anomaly. Unique ability, ignorant. A tense silence fell over the room. No one spoke. No one trusted each other. Finally, a deep voice broke the silence. Who is the owner? The figures exchanged glances, though neither was visible beneath the darkness that shielded them. We don't know for sure. We only know an approximate location, Asia. A derisive snort came from one of those present. That's ridiculous. How is it that after centuries someone managed to achieve it? Peace was finally achieved, only for someone to come along and break it. More importantly, another voice interrupted, calm but sharp. What kind of person is its bearer? One of the attendants leaned forward. The notification is clear, it violated the laws. No player has any reason to try it unless they knew what the ability was capable of. No matter how we look at it, it's a threat. And more importantly, it means he's not bound by the rules like we are and he'll do whatever he pleases. The atmosphere became even denser. That's unacceptable, someone else snapped. We've built our dominion on these rules. If even one person can break them, the entire balance will collapse. Another snorted. Balance. Don't make me laugh. This is an opportunity. Several heads turned towards him. We already have an idea of the scope of that ability. It is almost as old as we are, so whoever possesses it will become a god among men. And you want to be that someone, right? A gruff voice quipped. I would love to, but it seems I'm not the only one. There was a murmur of approval. But a new voice, deep and meticulous, rose calmly. We don't know enough. Killing its owner to preserve order is premature. Trying to obtain its ability without information is also stupid. Some grunted in disagreement, others nodded, albeit reluctantly. So what do you suggest? First, since the use of that ability was barely recorded, it means that its owner is a novice. He may not be subject to our laws, but we are. Then we just have to send our bloodhounds after it. A predatory smile crept into another's voice. Then there are two paths. Take it for ourselves, or eradicate it before it becomes a problem. The group was silent for a few moments. Then, a shadowy figure snapped his fingers. Very well, hunting season is underway, but if the threat is real, I won't hesitate to act. And if it isn't, another voice added with a hint of amusement, then we'll have gained a new toy. One by one, the participants left the room, each with their own thoughts and ambitions. Midoriya's house. The sky was beginning to appear on the horizon, marking a new day. Our green-haired boy woke up following his routine, cleaning up and having breakfast to start another day at the much-hated school. Izuku yawned and rested his head on his hand. Despite having slept, his mind was still reeling from last night's revelation. His ability broke the rules of the system, but what did that really mean? The teacher entered the classroom with his characteristic reluctance and dropped a pile of papers on his desk. "Okay, guys, it's that time of year again," he said, flipping through the papers. "You'll be graduating soon, so it's time to decide your future." The classroom filled with excited murmurs. "But we all know they want to be heroes." The classroom erupted in cheers. Some raised their arms, others activated their quirks in excitement. Izuku looked around, feeling a strange disconnect with the environment. Yeah, shut up already," the teacher grunted with a tired smile. "Let's see, Katsuki Bakugo." Bakugo leaned back in his seat with a confident expression. "Obviously I'm going to UA. There's no one here who can compare to me." "Oh, Bakugo, that's amazing," some of his classmates shouted. The professor nodded with a smile. "Yes, with your grades and your gift, you have a chance." Bakugo smirked, but his expression twisted as the teacher continued checking the list. "Huh, Midoriya, you also put UA." The whole class burst into laughter. "Midoriya at UA, but he doesn't even have a gift." "Don't be ridiculous." Izuku felt a pang in his chest, but forced himself to remain calm. "It's not that I don't have a gift, just," he murmured. "Don't be stupid, Deku." Bakugo roared, slamming his desk. "You're a fucking useless person. You don't even have what it takes to be a hero." Izuku gritted his teeth. "Last time I checked you, I left you with a tumor in your eye." Before everything went to shit, our friendly and beloved nameless teacher intervened. "That's enough. Shut up and don't cause trouble, you two." Our teenager quickly returned to his own world in the clouds. He had grown up dreaming of it, but his path wasn't leading him in that direction. Not only because of his lack of an offensive quirk, but because the system itself had turned him into something else. A blacksmith. His profession was to forge. To create, not to fight. The heroes protected the people with their power, but who protected them? They had to equip them, right? Design their tools and make sure they were ready for battle. Should that be my path? The professor snorted and moved the list. Well, everyone can pursue whatever they want, but be realistic. Now, let's move on to the next point. Izuku sank into his seat, his mind torn. Being a hero had been his dream, but with everything he's done, can he still be one? Or even want to be? The day passed slowly, with Izuku lost in his thoughts. When the bell finally rang, he gathered his things and left the classroom, ignoring the mocking looks from his classmates or Bakugo's glare. He walked aimlessly through the city. His mind drifted back and forth between the past and the present. He remembered his childhood, watching All Might videos, dreaming of being a hero. He remembered the first time someone told him he couldn't. And then, the day everything changed. He had survived monsters. He had fought creatures no other student his age could imagine. And yet, he didn't feel like a hero. A blacksmith, he found it ironic. The idea that the system would grant him such a profession, instead of something more combative, had frustrated him. But now that he thought about it, what's so bad about it? The heroes fought, but someone had to make sure they were ready for that fight. The system didn't give him the power to fight. It gave him the power to create. He paused in front of a hardware store and looked at his reflection in the glass. What if my role isn't to be on the battlefield? The idea made him uncomfortable. Not because it was bad, but because it went against everything he'd done and believed until then.
I send it to the mother every 2 or 3 chapters, he chuckled. I'm becoming a philosopher, but then another question popped into his mind. If I don't want to be a hero, what do I want to be? I didn't have the answer. Not yet, but for the first time in his life, Izuku Midoriya began to consider that maybe, just maybe, the path he wanted to follow wasn't the one he'd always dreamed of. I finally enter the store. The sound of the bell at the entrance broke the quiet atmosphere. The place was almost empty, save for a couple of customers browsing the shelves and an elderly clerk behind the counter. Izuku moved forward slowly, examining each tool carefully. If his destiny was to become a blacksmith, then he must understand his craft. Where do I start? Hammers, files, tongs, portable anvils. Every tool had a purpose, every piece of equipment served to shape something new. Then, an idea crossed his mind. What would happen if I tried to use basic creation here? The skill required raw materials, But how did the system define what counted as raw materials? Could I use trade tools? Before taking the test, he walked up to the counter. Excuse me, do you have any raw metal? Well, you can't blame him. He doesn't know anything about the subject and it's not like he's going to Google it right now.
The old man looked at him like a freak. Raw metal, it's not something you'd find in a commercial store. Seeing as you don't seem to have much experience in the field, you'd be better off looking for processed metal. It's easier to work with. I'm speaking from experience. I recommend you go to a salvage yard or a scrap metal yard instead.
Izuku nodded. I understand, thank you. He left the store with more questions than answers. How embarrassing. Izuku prided himself on his extensive knowledge of every topic that interests him, usually always related to heroes. Duh. So if I want to get better at this, I need access to raw materials. I didn't have enough money to buy metal or other items in large quantities, so I had two options. 1. Get money quickly. 2. Find a place where you could obtain materials another way. And with that in mind, Izuku made a decision. I wouldn't go straight home today. There was something I needed to try first, and so he walked towards the industrial area of the city. The sound of clashing metal and the whirring of power tools filled the air. Izuku stopped in front of the junkyard's rusty entrance, surveying the vast grounds littered with wrecked cars, broken appliances, and mountains of scrap metal waiting to be recycled or destroyed. A man with a rocky build, wearing grease-stained overalls and an unlit cigar in his mouth, looked at him suspiciously from his post at the entrance. Hey, brat. This isn't a place for kids, what do you want? Izuku gulped and gathered some courage. I was looking for a job. Something simple, like helping disassemble parts or sort metal. The man narrowed his eyes. Do you have experience? No, but I learn quickly. The man snorted, but looked around with some consideration. HMPH. I guess we could use some extra hands. I'll pay you 200 yen for every useful metal object you salvage from the old cars. But if you break anything worth more than you produce, you're out of here. Izuku nodded quickly. Thank you, sir. They call me Guro. Now put on a pair of gloves and don't cut yourself on anything dirty. Be careful with cars. My guys have had many bad experiences with suspicious stains on cars. Izuku took the gloves thrown to him and walked into the field, where piles of old cars were waiting to be dismantled. The air smelled of old oil and rust, and the sound of tools echoed in the distance. If I can use repair here, maybe I can capitalize on it and make some money. He approached an old engine and placed his hand on a half-broken part. He activated repair in the hopes of restoring it. The ability activated, but something wasn't right. The blue light flickered, and instead of restoring the piece, the surrounding metal began to crumble. Rusted parts crumbled to dust, and the rest of the structure became more fragile. The system message appeared before him. Greater than skill. Repair. Insufficient materials. The restoration cannot be completed. Izuku frowned and looked at the piece more closely. He noticed that parts of the metal were completely gone and others were too deteriorated to be used. Of course, skill doesn't work miracles. If the material is missing, it can't restore anything. He gently wrapped the piece with his knuckles inside. If he wanted to restore things at the junkyard, he'd have to do it smart. So, how about I first separate useful pieces and combine them? He began sifting through the piles of metal more carefully, looking for similar pieces that could be used with repair. He picked up 2 rusty gears, one nearly 4 times the size of the other, and placed them together before using the skill. The blue light flashed and this time the larger gear disappeared, restoring the smaller gear and removing almost all of the rust. Izuku smiled. That's how it works. I need to collect more of the same material and use it as a base to restore a smaller piece. With a strategy in mind, he patiently began dismantling cars, sorting through metals and recyclable parts. It wasn't quick work, but if he managed to restore valuable parts, he could make more money than he expected. Guro, the junkyard manager, watched him with a raised eyebrow from his post. The brat has a gift related to metallurgy? Slowly and without Izuku noticing, Guro approached him. Guro narrowed his eyes. Was that your gift? Izuku hesitated for a moment, but understood that there was no point in denying it. Yes. It's a gift of repair. The man snorted. Repair? Izuku nodded. I can restore damaged or broken things, but only if I have enough raw materials. I can't create something from nothing. Guro crossed his arms and looked him up and down, assessing him. HMPH. I guess that makes sense. I saw that big gear go missing. Did you use it as raw material? Izuku blinked in surprise. Yeah, Guro clicked his tongue. Interesting. But if you're going to be using your gift here, you better not ruin anything valuable for me. Don't think I'm going to cover for you if the police ask if you're using your gift illegally. Izuku nodded quickly. I understand. I'll only use it on pieces that are already in poor condition. The man grunted, but didn't seem bothered. If you can really fix these things, then you might be more useful than I thought. We'll see how good you are. Izuku smiled slightly. With a clearer strategy, he went to the office and asked for a list of valuables. He then began disassembling pieces more carefully, separating those that still held value. He looked for similar metals and tested his skills on components that could be restored with enough material. The first attempts were slow, but little by little, he understood how to best utilize his skill. By joining several rusted pieces together, he managed to restore a working version of one of them, leaving behind only rust dust and useless fragments. Repair level 2. If I mix large and small pieces of the same type, I can maximize the restoration. The work was hard and his hands were starting to hurt, but the excitement of seeing the results kept him going. After a couple of hours, he had accumulated a small pile of parts in better condition. Gears, axles, metal brackets, and even a couple of large springs. Guro walked by and raised an eyebrow at the result. Huh, not bad at all. I thought you were just going to collect random junk. Izuku smiled. Even though he was a little tired, I try to be efficient. The man crossed his arms and looked at him with more interest. If you can really do this with any old parts, maybe I can use it. We have a lot of parts that could be sold if they were in better condition. Izuku blinked in surprise. Are you offering me a permanent job? Guro shrugged. If you can keep restoring things and prove to me it's not just pure luck, then yes. But for now, keep doing what you were doing. Izuku nodded vigorously. If this works, I could get a steady income and practice materials.
More determined than before, he returned to the scrap pile, ready to continue testing his skills.
While working, a new system message appeared before his eyes. Greater than you have met the requirements for a side quest. Side mission. Scrap apprentice. Guro has noticed your talent. If you can prove your worth, you could secure a steady job and access to useful materials. Aim. Restore at least 10 pieces of metal to a saleable condition, 8/10. Make sure Guro is satisfied with the quality of the parts. Rewards. 50 coins from the shop. Greater chance of finding high-quality materials. Possible increase in Goro's confidence. 30 Express. Izuku looked at the message with a smile. I almost got it. Izuku looked at the pile of scrap metal and then at his aching hands. His body was telling him to stop working, but his mind was telling him he only needed 2 more pieces. He couldn't give up now. Nothing complex. Just something functional. He looked around and found a couple of bent metal plates. They weren't the same size, but if he joined them together properly, they could be made into a simple stand. He took a heavy stone and began carefully tapping one of the plates to flatten it. It wasn't the best tool, but it would do the job. Then, using pliers, he bent the ends of both plates to fit together. The result was not pretty, but it had the shape of a stand. Now, the skill. Activated, basic creation. The blue light covered the piece, and little by little, the most obvious imperfections disappeared. The edges became smoother, and the bond between the 2 plates was strengthened. Izuku held it in his hands. It's ugly, but it works. There was just one more piece missing. He searched through the wreckage until he found a bent metal tube. If he could straighten it, he could turn it into a handle or a simple hook. He placed the pipe on the ground and used all his strength to step on it while pulling it with both hands. Let's go. The metal creaked, but little by little it regained a straighter shape. It wasn't perfect, but at least it looked more functional than before. Time to finish it. He placed the tube on another smaller piece of metal and activated basic creation. The blue light reinforced it, ensuring that the bond was stable. Izuku looked at him with a tired smile. Greater than side quest completed. Scrapyard apprentice. He did it. They might not have been the most impressive tools, but he had made them with his own hands. Guro walked by and raised an eyebrow. HMPH. They look like metal turds, but they could hold some weight. He took the handle and examined it. It's not bad, maybe it'll last more than 3 uses. If you keep at it, you might be able to make something decent one day. Izuku smiled. That's the plan. I had learned something important that day. It wasn't just about activating a skill and hoping for miracles. If he wanted to be a real blacksmith, he had to get his hands dirty. Mission rewards received. Plus 50 shop coins, access to better quality materials at the junkyard. Possible increase in Goro's confidence. Plus 30 XP. Fatigue still weighed on his body, but seeing his progress gave him extra satisfaction.
Fatigue weighed on his body, but the system notification made him forget his fatigue for a moment.
Greater than, quest. Adapting to a new world completed. Explore the features of your new career. Checkmark. Learn how to use your unique ability. Checkmark. Reward, 100 shop coins. Izuku blinked. The store? I had seen the option in the system before, but had never tried it. Do you want to open the store? Without hesitation, he accepted. A new interface appeared before his eyes, displaying a list of items with short descriptions and prices in coins. Izuku felt his tiredness disappear as he began to read. Player Store 1. Adventurer's Basics, basic items and consumables. Health and energy potions, torches and lanterns, ropes, hooks and exploration tools. Travel rations and purified water, first aid kits 2. Forging and crafting, crafting materials and tools. Metal ingots, iron, copper, steel, etc., treated and raw wood. Leather, fabrics and special fibers, blacksmithing, carpentry and tailoring kits. Basic plans for object creation 3. Warrior's arsenal, weapons and combat equipment. Swords, daggers and spears, bows, arrows and ranged weapons. Shields and light, heavy armor, reinforced gloves and boots. Basic upgrades and enchantments 4. Relics and mysteries, magical and special objects. Energy crystals, consumable skill scrolls, rings and amulets with unique effects. Equipment booster, gems, summoning or teleportation objects. 5. Wisdom and knowledge, books and techniques, combat and strategy manuals. Blacksmithing, alchemy and magic guides, stories and legends about the world. Detailed maps of different regions, advanced plans for creation.
Enhancement runes, mysterious artifacts require identification.
Izuku stared at the list with wide eyes. This is huge. Until now, the system had felt limited to missions, its stats panel, and its skills, but the store opened up a whole new world of possibilities. He could buy blacksmithing materials, advanced tools, and even combat gear. But what caught his attention most were the basic crafting plans. If I can get one, maybe I can make something more complex than simple brackets and handles. He checked his coins. Greater than current coins. 150. It wasn't much, but enough to buy something useful. He scanned the options and found something accessible. Greater than basic blueprint. Hunting knife, 80 coins. A sturdy knife designed for manual work. It requires basic materials for its manufacture. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but then confirmed the purchase. The screen flickered and a new message appeared. Greater than you have obtained. Blueprint, hunting knife. A sheet of digital paper unfolded before him, showing a detailed diagram of the knife with instructions for creating it. Materials needed. 1x iron ingot, 1x wooden handle, 1x nail or fixing bolt. This is exactly what I need. With this, I no longer relied solely on basic crafting to make simple objects. I now had a real guide to making something functional. He closed the shop with a smile and looked at Guro, who was still evaluating the restored pieces. Hey, boss, where can I get a metal ingot? Guro raised an eyebrow. What do you want an ingot for? Izuku laughed nervously. No, nothing, I just want to try something, the man snorted. HMPH. If you keep working, maybe I'll let you check out the storage room. We have a couple of old ingots that no one uses. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. This was just the first step. Izuku excitedly reopened the shop. Since he was looking at the knife's blueprint, he wanted to see what else was in the skills section. Without thinking twice, he browsed through the options, and because of his excitement to see what else was available, he pressed the buy button. Acquired skill. Skeleton summon. What the? No, 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 Izuku felt a chill. He had acquired a skill. Izuku rubbed his eyes and looked back at the floating screen in front of him. No, it can't be, there it was, right in his skills section. Greater than skeleton summon, LV. 1, cost. 20 initial MP summons a low-level skeleton. Izuku gulped. How the hell did I buy this? He tapped his forehead. I got too excited. I got distracted and my finger hit the wrong option. And now he had a skill that clearly didn't belong to a blacksmith. Maybe I can give it back. Ignorant, skill activated. Removing system restrictions, looking at the new window that emerged, he froze in place. Doesn't that mean that? Well, let's try it. Izuku took a deep breath and activated the skill. Skeleton summoned. The ground in front of him cracked slightly, and a bony hand emerged from the earth. Then another. A skull appeared, followed by an entire body covered in tattered rags. A small skeleton no bigger than Izuku's leg stood up with a creak and stared at him with its empty eye sockets. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine. Oh okay, it worked. The skeleton did nothing, it just stood there, looking at him. Izuku raised a hand timidly and waved. How about? The skeleton looked at his hand and raised it too. Izuku felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Can you understand me? The skeleton nodded. Can you talk? The skeleton shook his head. Izuku exhaled slowly. This wasn't so bad. Okay, let's try something. He cleared his throat. Take a turn in a circle. The skeleton obeyed and turned clumsily in place. Hop on one leg. The skeleton tried, but lost its balance and crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of bones. My life gets weirder every day. Izuku knelt down and touched the skeleton's skull. Are you still there? The bones crunched, and piece by piece, the skeleton began to reassemble itself. Within seconds, he was back on his feet, albeit wobbly. Izuku sighed. Well, at least you're not fragile. The skeleton gave a thumbs up. Before he could analyze the situation further, a dry cough brought him out of his thoughts. Hey, brat. Izuku froze. Guro looked at him with an arched eyebrow, his arms crossed, and a clear expression of disbelief. May I know why there is a dancing skeleton in my smithy? Izuku felt his blood run cold. He looked at the skeleton, still swaying slightly, and then back at Guro. Well, his mind was working at full speed to find a valid excuse. It's a special effects test. The blacksmith was unfazed. That? Izuku nodded quickly, trying to maintain his composure. Why yes. I wanted to see if I could make a 3D projection with the pieces I found. Something like a 3D hologram. The skeleton nodded vigorously, as if supporting his lie. Guro looked at him for a moment, then snorted and rubbed his face with one hand. Brat, I don't know what kind of weird thing you're trying, but as long as you don't blow anything up or do anything too flashy, we'll be fine. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the man walked away muttering. When he was sure he was not being watched, he looked back at the skeleton. This is definitely a problem. He had accidentally acquired a summoning skill, something that made no sense to a blacksmith. And, worse still, his ignorant skill had removed the restriction that would prevent him from using it. Izuku frowned. I can't afford to make mistakes like this again. He clenched his fists. Ever since his system woke up, he'd tried to adapt, but something new always happened. If I want to control this power, I need to know its limits. He looked at the skeleton, who was watching him patiently. However, before he could continue, a new window appeared in front of him. Side mission. First step into the unknown. You've acquired a skill outside your profession. The system wants to re-evaluate you after detecting an anomaly. Objective. Explore a D-rank dungeon and defeat at least 3 enemies using only skeleton summons. Location. Fuji Cemetery. Reward. 100 coins, plus 1 intelligence, plus 1 stamina, random skill boost. Deadline. 49 hours. Izuku gritted his teeth. Is the system pushing me to fight again? He looked at the skeleton. I wasn't planning on fighting this yet. However, I needed money, and the reward wasn't bad. Besides, if I improved my control over one of my skills, maybe I could have some peace of mind. Sigh. I guess I have no choice. He turned to Guro. I'm done for today. The blacksmith did not even look up from his work. I don't know you, but I can tell when someone's in trouble, so whatever you do, think it through. Izuku frowned and left the blacksmith's shop. He adjusted his backpack and checked his gear. He only had his dagger and a few candies. I'm definitely not ready for this. Izuku sighed and closed his backpack. He didn't have any potions or decent equipment, but he didn't want to waste time either. The mission had a 49-hour time limit, and if the system had given him a deadline, it meant there would likely be consequences if he didn't complete it. He took out his phone and searched for the location of Fuji Cemetery. It wasn't too far away, but it wasn't a place he'd normally go to. Okay, let's see how this goes. He began to walk, his skeleton following close behind him. I'm going to need a name for you, he murmured. The skeleton tilted its head, as if waiting. What do you think, Bones? The skeleton crossed his arms and shook his head. No, so how about Skull? The skeleton denied again. Come on, give me a hint. You give it a name, just something decent I beg you. The skeleton nodded. Izuku blinked. All right. Welcome. He gave an awkward handshake. Izuku shook his head, holding back a laugh. This is getting weirder by the minute. However, as she walked toward her house, she couldn't deny that anxiety was twisting her stomach. He clenched his fists. There was no turning back. Before crossing the street, Izuku stopped in his tracks. Wait. My payment. He turned quickly and returned to Guro, who was still focused on his work, hammering a piece of red-hot metal on the anvil. The man grunted without looking up. HMPH, I thought you'd already run away. I almost did it. Izuku laughed nervously, but I need my payment. Guro put down his hammer and, with a sigh, walked over to a nearby toolbox. He took out a small envelope and tossed it to Izuku. Here you go. 1,500 yen for the day. Izuku clumsily grabbed the envelope and opened it to count the money. Guro may have been grumpy, but he paid fairly. Thanks, boss. Don't thank me yet, brat. Guro looked at him sideways. I don't know what you're up to, but if you're going to get into some weird trouble, at least make sure you don't die in the process. Izuku felt a chill. Guro had a good eye for noticing when something was wrong. I'll keep that in mind, he said with a tight smile. The blacksmith snorted and returned to his work. Izuku put the money in his inventory and left the blacksmith shop with, following close behind him. Now yes, I was ready to go home. Without further ado, Izuku walked out of the junkyard, but people were staring at, Izuku looked at and then at the gossiping people in the distance. I definitely can't take you with me, the skeleton tilted its head. Let's see if I can unsummon you. He opened his interface and searched for the skeleton summon skill. There weren't any clear instructions, but he tried something simple. Are you coming back? The skeleton trembled slightly before crumbling into a pile of bones. Then, the remains glowed with a faint blue light and disappeared. Izuku exhaled in relief. Skeleton summon has been cancelled. Well, at least I don't have to explain this to Mom. With the problem solved, he strapped on his backpack and started walking home. But even though he'd managed to get rid of, his mind kept wandering back to the mission. In 2 days he will have to enter a dungeon the size of A. He would have to enter a dungeon and fight only with a summon. Izuku sighed. Izuku walked back home. When he got home, he took a breath and carefully opened the door. Mom, I'm here. From the kitchen, Inko's voice answered him. Welcome, Izuku. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Izuku left his backpack at the entrance and approached the dining room. He saw his mother stirring the rice in the pot, as always, with a soft smile on her face. How did it go today? She asked without looking at him, focused on her task. Well, it was an interesting day. I got a job. Inko put the spoon aside and turned around curiously. Job? Izuku felt a lump in his throat. If I want money for some projects, I learned some interesting things today. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. Inko looked at him for a second before nodding. I'm glad to hear that. We'll eat in 15 minutes, go wash your hands. Izuku nodded and headed to the bathroom. He splashed water on his face, looking at himself in the mirror. I'm keeping too many things from you. He knew that if he told her about his system, the dungeons, and his current situation, his mother would become extremely worried. But at the same time, he felt the distance between them grow larger every time he hid something else. He sighed and rubbed his face before returning to the table. Dinner went smoothly, although Izuku felt uneasy. He thought about the dungeon, the quest, and how unprepared he was. He had no potions, barely had his dagger, and his only real weapon was a level 1 skeleton. I need a plan. After dinner, he said goodbye to his mother and locked himself in his room. He sat on his bed and opened his interface, reviewing his status and abilities. State: Level 10 Phosphorus Monosulfide, 80 megapixels, 100 strength, 15 speed, 16 resistance, 8 intelligence, 20 charisma, 10 stat points, 15 titles: Martial Artist Apprentice, Vigilante Profession, Blacksmith. Unique ability: Ignorant Skills, Iron Wool Level 2, Arnis Nivel 2 Bojutsu Level 2 Aikido Level 2 Level 3 Reinforcement. Cut Level 1 Energy Manipulation Level 1 Level 2 Repair. Basic Creation Level 1 Sprint Level 1 Power Shot Level 1. Skeleton Summon Level 1. My stats aren't bad, but they're not combat grade either. I need to get the most out of Skeleton Summon Level 1. That meant that if I leveled up the skill before the quest, the skeleton would be stronger. But how'd I upload it without attracting attention? Izuku pondered, drumming his fingers on his knee. The best way to level up skills was to use them constantly, but summoning a skeleton in the city wasn't an option. Unless no one knows who he is, he got up and looked out the window. The city was quiet at that hour. He looked at his watch. 10:34 p.m. If he wanted to train without anyone seeing him, now was the time. He put on a jacket and quietly left his room. Before leaving the apartment, he left a note on the table. I went for a walk. I'll be back soon. With one last glance, he closed the door and headed for the black market. It was time to test his summoning in earnest. Izuku cautiously made his way through the less traveled streets. Once again, our green-haired boy was on the street where he bought his trusty Deja, but the street was deserted. Hesitantly, he began to inspect everything thoroughly. The few traces gave him the wrong idea, but he cared little or nothing. For almost an hour, he searched for any clues. It wasn't until he saw a homeless man enter an abandoned subway station that he understood everything. During the day, the market blends into city life, but at night, everything is more obvious, and to avoid unwanted visitors, they had to hide. It seems there are hidden access points at night, and if someone unsavory tried to sneak in, they'd likely end up in an alley with a few broken bones. Or worse. He walked inside, feeling the dampness on the walls. The only light came from a few old, flickering lamps. He walked for a few minutes until he reached an unmarked metal door. He knocked 3 times. Nothing. He waited, feeling the tension in his chest. Suddenly, a slit opened and dark eyes peered at him. Who sent you? Izuku gulped. I'm coming on my own. Silence. Then the voice responded in a more serious tone. A lost child. This isn't a place to play, brat. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He couldn't just turn around, not after coming this far. I'm not a child. I came to buy something, the guard snorted. Do you have money? Izuku took out his envelope with his powerful 1,500 yen and waved it. The man looked at him silently, then the gap closed. For a moment, he thought he'd been ignored, but then the door creaked open. If you make trouble, you won't get away walking. Izuku nodded and walked in. The black market was bigger than I imagined. Compared to the time I came during the day, this place was no smaller than a commercial interior. There were makeshift stalls on both sides of the tracks, dim lights, and an air thick with the smell of tobacco and metal. The people walking between the stalls weren't ordinary citizens. There were men with scars, individuals with suspiciously bloody clothing, and a few who were clearly part of the Yakuza. Izuku stood his ground. If he showed fear, he'd be an easy target. He approached a stand with daggers and knives of various sizes. A fat man with one eye covered watched him with disinterest. Are you looking for something in particular, boy? Izuku looked at the weapons. His dagger was good, but the other one he had was broken. Do you have anything that can penetrate exoskeletons? The salesman raised an eyebrow. That's a very specific request. He took out a box and opened it, revealing a black steel blade. Reinforced tungsten dagger. Can easily pierce rock, 4,000 yen. Izuku clicked his tongue. I only have 1,500, the man snorted. Come back when you have more. Izuku sighed. He walked away from the stall, realizing that everything useful cost more than he had. Maybe he should have waited a bit before coming here. As he pondered, he felt a gaze on his neck. He stopped and turned slightly. 3 men watched him from a corner. They didn't look like sellers, nor buyers. The one on the left had a leather jacket and a scar on his cheek. The one in the middle, shorter and thinner, was holding something in his pocket, probably a gun. The one on the right had a smile he didn't like at all. Izuku walked back, ignoring them. A mistake. A few seconds later, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Hey, kid. What's someone as pretty as you doing in a place like this?" Izuku turned slowly. The one in the jacket was smiling. "Why don't you come with us?" Izuku felt his heart beat faster. "I have nothing that interests you." The man smiled wider. "Don't say that. Everyone has something to give." The shortest one took out a knife. "We don't want to make this difficult." Izuku mentally cursed. If he fought here and drew attention, he could have the entire market on his back. But he couldn't leave it either. He took a deep breath and, without taking his eyes off the 3 of them, whispered. The ground cooled down. A green glow faintly illuminated the market. The 3 men frowned as a set of bones assembled in front of them. The skull was lifted, the empty sockets glowing with a faint glow. One of the thugs uttered an insult. "What the fuck is that?" Izuku kept his expression neutral. "My bodyguard." He took a step forward, raising his bony hand. The guy with the knife gritted his teeth. "That's not what we wanted." Izuku prepared to react, but before things could get out of hand, another voice echoed in the alley. "What's going on here?" The 4 turned around. A man in a dark suit with a tattoo on his neck watched them seriously. The thugs retreated. Nothing, boss. We were just talking to the kid." The man in a suit looked at Izuku. Then, he frowned. A rare gift. Izuku felt the tension in the air rise. The man in the suit watched both groups with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. However, it wasn't long before the situation turned dangerous. The knife-wielding thug, flustered, decided to act first. With a swift motion, he threw the knife at Izuku. "Shit!" Izuku yelled, dodging to the side. The knife stuck into the wall behind him, and the skeleton stood between Izuku and the group of thugs. "Attack!" Izuku ordered, clenching his fists. He lunged at the nearest thug, the one with the scar on his cheek. With a swift blow, he knocked him to the ground, surprising everyone present. "What the hell?" the thug shouted, backing away. The man in the suit frowned, but his attention was focused on the unfolding chaos. "Don't let that skeleton beat you," he shouted, and the 3 thugs launched an attack. Izuku watched as, faced off against one of the bullies, while the other tried to surround him. "Come on, show me what you're made of," he shouted, feeling the adrenaline rush through his veins. Despite being a level 1 skeleton, he moved with surprising agility. He dodged a knife strike from the thug and counterattacked, lashing out with his bony arm. Izuku, seeing his opportunity, decided to use the confusion to his advantage. He moved quickly to the opposite side, looking for a place where he could observe the fight and plan his next move. Meanwhile, the man in the suit, seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, decided to intervene. "Enough," he shouted, raising a hand. But his voice was drowned out by the noise of the fight. One of the bullies managed to regain control and lunged at Izuku, who was distracted by watching. "You're the problem here, brat," he shouted, raising a fist. Izuku reacted quickly, recalling his reinforcement ability. He activated the ability and felt a surge of power course through his body. "Don't you dare," he shouted, and with a swift movement, he blocked the bully's blow. The impact resonated, but thanks to his reinforcement, Izuku was unaffected. With a twist, he launched a punch into the bully's abdomen, who doubled over in pain. "Now," he ordered, as the skeleton continued to fight with the other bully. Seeing his teacher in danger, spun around and lunged at the thug attacking Izuku. With one sharp blow, he knocked him down, and both thugs fell to the ground, stunned. The man in a suit, seeing that his men were being routed, decided to retreat. "I'll come back for you, brat," he shouted, retreating towards the market exit. Izuku, sensing that the fight was in his favor, decided to seize the moment. "Keep attacking, don't stop," he shouted, as he prepared to use his skeleton summoning ability again. Now more confident thanks to the experience gained in the fight, launched himself at the last thug, who was trying to get up. With a jump he raised his elbow and fell squarely on his back, knocking him out. The people watching from the shadows began to disperse, fearing that the fight would attract more attention. Izuku, breathing heavily, looked at which was now glowing with a faint green glow, indicating that it had gained experience. "You did it," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of emotion. A window appeared in front of him. "Congratulations. Skeleton summoning has leveled up." "Yes," Izuku shouted, feeling his heart pounding. New skills. Now he was a level 2 skeleton. He gained skills. Izuku quickly checked his interface. Level 2 skills. Bone strengthening, level 1, damage resistance, level 1. Izuku smiled, feeling like he'd taken a big step. However, he knew there was still work to be done. With the thugs on the ground, the black market fell silent. People watching from the shadows began to disperse, fearing the fight would attract more attention. However, not everyone was so cautious. Some of the onlookers, seeing an opportunity to loot, began to approach the fallen thugs. One of them, a burly man with a large scar on his face, shouted, "Let's take advantage of this, quickly, before more come." The crowd rushed the thugs, stealing their weapons and belongings. In a matter of seconds, the chaos turned into a general riot. Izuku, watching the scene, felt panic begin to take hold of him. "No, no, no," he muttered, as people began to fight each other over the loot. The battle royale screams and bangs echoed through the black market. Some started fighting over weapons, others tried to escape with the stolen goods. Izuku realized he was in the middle of a battle royale. "We need to get out of here," he shouted, but he was too busy fighting off a group of thugs who had decided to gang up. Izuku felt his heart pound as he dodged the fighters charging at him. "This is crazy," he yelled, trying to find a way out. However, in the midst of the chaos, a brilliant idea crossed his mind. "If I'm going to fight, let it be to improve myself." "Attack those thugs," he ordered, pointing at a group robbing a merchant. He charged toward them, and the crowd, seeing the skeleton in action, stopped for a moment in surprise. Taking advantage of the chaos, Izuku took advantage of the distraction to join the fight. Using his reinforcement ability, he launched himself at a thug who was trying to hit an old man. "Don't you dare," he shouted, throwing a punch that made the thug fall to the ground. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, and every blow he landed seemed to give him more confidence. Meanwhile, he was gaining experience by taking down several thugs who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Izuku began to notice that his summoning was leveling up faster than he'd expected. Every enemy he fell gave him experience points, and his skeleton grew stronger with every hit. "This is amazing," he shouted, feeling like he was finally in control of the situation. The climax of the battle. As the fight continued, the man in a suit realized that he had lost control of the situation. With a cry of frustration, she launched herself at Izuku. You're the one to blame for all of this," she shouted, quickly approaching. Izuku braced himself, knowing this would be his biggest opportunity to gain experience yet. "Cover me," he ordered, as he prepared to face the man in the suit. Tanaka lunged at the man, but he easily dodged. The fight escalated, and the man in the suit threw a punch directly at Izuku. With a swift motion, Izuku blocked the blow and counterattacked. The crowd surrounded them, cheering for the fight, and the adrenaline in the air was palpable. "I won't let you get away with this," Izuku shouted, feeling each blow bring him closer to his target. Victory. With a final effort, Izuku threw a powerful punch that connected with the suited man's face, knocking him to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the chaos began to fade. Izuku, breathing heavily, looked around. The battle was over, and while some were still fighting, most had scattered. We did it," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement. A window appeared in front of him. "Congratulations. You have gained 300 experience points." "Congratulations. Skeleton summoning has risen to level 3. You may now summon a second minion." "Yes," Izuku shouted, feeling like he'd taken a big step. With a smile on his face, he realized that, despite the chaos, he'd managed to grow in the process. With a good amount of express now, he's ready to go. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and now we will see you in the next video.